It's 9 a.m. and we are now in session. Please join me in the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, while we're all sitting up here, I want to add something that isn't on the agenda. One of my fellow commissioners was presented with a certified county commissioner designation. She did the work. She must have passed with flying colors. Her picture was in the paper, and so I think she deserves a big round of applause.
I didn't get that.
Yeah, neither did I.
I mean, nobody applauded me when I got it.
Well, let's applaud.
And Heather?
Nor me.
And Heather. Well, I think it's something they do on their own, and they do it for their own benefit, and of course for the benefit of all of you. And I think it's pretty nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So now we'll get down to the agenda.
First item would be additions, corrections, and deletions.
We have one add-on for today.
And it is?
It's going to be item number S as in Sam 9, page 18 of your agenda, under Budget and Finance. Approval of various resolutions for the transfer of funds and resolutions for the receipt of unanticipated revenue to account for reimbursements received by FEMA and the state in the amount of $16,708,633.27.
Could you go over that slowly? Just the amount of money.
16 million.
60?
16. 1 6.
Kramer.
Oh, darn.
We only spent 40. Why would we get 60 back?
Interest,
That's a pretty
emotional
good
pain.
Okay, start again.
I'm gonna
1-6.
1 6, comma 708, comma 633.27.
Okay. Well, I'm not as happy as I was 30 seconds ago, but whatever.
Sorry. We're going to go back to page 2 of your agenda under corrections and notes. Item C4. Budget and Finance.
Yes.
Approval of various resolutions for the transfer of funds and resolutions for the receipt of unanticipated revenue. Revised backup, inserted revised resolution number 17 to correct a scrivener's error. Also on page 2 of your agenda, item C5, under Budget and Finance. Transmittal of the County Administrator's fiscal year 2020 recommended budget, revised backup, added attachment titled Fiscal Year 2020 Amended Sheriff's Budget 7919. On page 4 of your agenda, item C14, 1-4, Social Services. Approval of a food service agreement between Star of the Sea Foundation Incorporated and Monroe County Social Services Nutrition Program for the period of 7/1/2019 through 6/30/2020. Revised wording as noted, correcting term expiration date, revised backup, inserted revised page 3 with corrected term expiration date. Also on page 4 of your agenda, item C15, under Social Services, approval of a food service agreement between GA Food Service Incorporated and Monroe County Social Services Nutrition Program for the period of 7/1/2019 through 6/30/2020. Revised wording as noted, correcting term expiration date, revised backup, inserted revised page 4 with corrected term expiration date. On page 6 of your agenda, item D3, under Planning and Environmental Resources, approval to submit an application and pay an application fee of $1,500 for disaster recovery grant funding to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation for land acquisition and new construction of affordable workforce rental housing utilizing Community Development Block Grant disaster recovery funding. The grant request is up to $8 million for new construction grant funding and up to $2.1 million for land acquisition, funding related to the redevelopment of Howard's Haven and Conch Key Park sites and the Key Largo Atlantic Boulevard site. A 9:20 time approximate was added. On page 11 of your agenda, item L1, under Commissioner Coldiron, discussion and direction regarding future use of the Big Pine Key Road Prison property and communications between the county and state regarding its lease. A 9:30 time approximate was added. Also on page 11, item L3, under Commissioner Rice, an 11:15 a.m. time approximate was added. And then we have one deletion on page 13 of your agenda, item O5, under the county attorney. Approval of a settlement agreement between Monroe County and the Sugarloaf Key Volunteer Fire Department Incorporated in case number CA-K-17-631, and authorization for the county attorney or his designee to execute all documents necessary to effectuate the settlement agreement, including closing documents for conveyance of the SVFD property to the county. And we are deleting that item. And that is all.
Okay, that's it.
Yes, ma'am.
Move the agenda.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I hear any no votes? Hearing none, motion passes. Agenda is accepted.
Next item would be on page 2, item B1, proclamation for opioid use disorder awareness proclaiming the month of July 2019 as Opioid Use Disorder Awareness Month.
Okay, is there anyone here to accept this?
Judge Hill.
Then we will all go down. You two.
Whereas on November 29th, 2018, the Director of Centers for Disease Control and Prevention stated that life expectancy in the United States has declined, and this troubling trend is largely driven by deaths from drug overdose and suicide. Whereas according to data published in March 2019 by the National Institute on Drug Abuse, there has recently been a tremendous surge in Florida of the overdose deaths, including opioids, especially fentanyl and fentanyl analogs. And now, therefore, as Mayor of Monroe County, Florida, do hereby proclaim that July 2019 shall be known as Opioid Use Disorder Awareness Month.
Thank you. I will say a few words. I want to thank the Mayor Murphy and the Commission for the board for providing us this proclamation. The 16th Judicial Circuit would like to thank all of you for helping us bring more awareness to the opioid crisis that exists here in the state of Florida and also, of course, in Monroe County. And to further let you know that we have a drug court, a problem-solving court in our lovely Monroe County, and that court exists because of the support of the County Commission. It was established back in the early 1990s. In fact, Judge Becker was one of the original founders, and she was recently honored by the County Judges Conference for that reason. And we are so well established that we are very prepared to take on this crisis and already are providing services through our delinquency court, our dependency court and criminal court to those that are suffering from and working to beat essentially the substance use disorder. So thank you.
You know, having spent, well, we're not going to talk about how many years, but it started in 1973 down here with this as one of my responsibilities, substance abuse treatment. I thought I'd share with you some things I've learned over those years. One, substance abuse comes in, I would call it waves. There are different fads at different times, marijuana, cocaine, opiates. For most of my career, we didn't see many opiates in Monroe County. You'd find an occasional person doing an opiate, but very rare. That has changed, and as a result of that, we're now no longer worried about people being intoxicated on drugs. We're worried about losing members of our communities, which we have, and I have personally lost friends who started out very innocently with perhaps a back problem, in a great deal of pain. The physician prescribes opiates, and they find at the end of that time, when the doctor quits prescribing it, they can't stop. They then buy it on the street. Some of them make it. We lose some of them. It's a very serious problem, both here and nationwide. We're taking some steps at the commission level. I think Bob could tell us about a legal action that we're involved in, focused on the pharmaceutical companies that have made so much of this drug that there could be no logical explanation for how that could be appropriately used. So you'll hear more about that, but it is truly a problem that's costing people their lives, and we certainly appreciate everything that y'all do to help us with that.
Thank you.
Okay. And I will say thank you very much. This is probably one of the most hopeful pieces of news that we'll have today. You know, from here it all goes downhill. But thank you.
Thank you.
Did you get a water? You got a glass of water? Yeah.
Okay. Now we go on to, the duly certified commissioner will now do
Bulk approvals.
bulk approval. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy.
Do you think you're capable of doing this tremendous
Well,
job?
I just got my glasses checked or my eyes checked, and I'm getting stronger prescription, and it should be in by the end of the week, but I think I'm capable
I
today.
think you can do this, huh? Okay.
Bulk approvals. Bulk items are normally of a routine nature and have been reviewed by each commissioner prior to the meeting. I will read the agenda number of those items proposed to be passed in bulk. If a commissioner, staff member, or any member of the public wishes that that item be withheld, please indicate at the time the item is called and it will be held aside. I move the following items to be approved in bulk. On page 2, C1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, page 3, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, page 4, C.
Slow down. Christ.
Hey, I've practiced this a few times.
Yeah, right.
Page 4, C, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Page 5, C, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26,
Pull 27, please.
pulling 27, 28, page 6, C 29, 30, D 1, we're pulling 2,
Wait a minute, D what?
no,
No, that's the
D.
wrong one.
You're holding D1?
No.
Well, we can't.
Well-
It's a report.
Yeah, we probably should, just for public.
Yeah.
right,
I think so.
pull D1,
Okay.
bulk D2, 3 is being pulled,
Time
Page-
approximate, yeah.
yes, at
Approximate
time
yeah.
approximate at 9:20, page 7, D4,
You need to hold that. We have public speakers.
okay, pull D4. D5 has been pulled, time approximate 9:45. D6, E1, page 8 is Land Authority. Page-
What did we do with 9:45 a.m.? Sustainability.
It's still
Well,
there.
it's a time
Okay.
approximate.
It's held for time.
Okay.
Page 9, I1.
We have speakers on that item.
On I1?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Pull. I2 is a discussion, so it'll be pulled. I3,
Let's see.
I3, I4, I5, I6.
We have speakers on I6.
Pull I6. Page 10, I7, I8, I9, I10. J is our closed session.
Did we skip page 9?
No, page 9,
I did.
Page 8.
no.
Page 8 is.
Page 9, we're,
Page 9, we're what? Discussion.
No, I
and-
didn't.
Nothing on 8.
we
no.
pulled I1
And 2
and 2 and 6.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we've already gone through 10, so we're on page 11, K1.
Wait a minute, if I didn't do 9, I didn't do 10 either. Please give me a little help on 10.
Oh, boy, David's having a...
She
I
both
don't know, maybe I had a blackout there.
It's going to be one of those
Nothing
days.
to do on 10.
Page 10, correct.
Right.
Okay.
Everything's good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Page 11, K1, L,
No.
LI I'm pulling, and it's time approximate at 9:30. L2, L3 has been pulled, and it's time approximate 11:15. L4, L5,
I'd actually like to make a comment on L5.
okay, we'll
Excited.
pull L5. Page 12. M1, 2, 3, 4, 5. N is in Nancy. 1, 2.
Hold 2, please.
Okay, we're pulling 2. 3 is a presentation, so we're pulling it. And 4, page 13. O, O1.
I need to
Well,
talk
wait a
to you
minute,
some
what is
at
whole,
one.
what is N4?
That's-
Bulk?
Bulk.
Yes, I was going to bulk N4 unless you had
Okay.
it pulled.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Page 13, O,
I need to speak on 01, so
okay, we're pulling O1.
I need to speak on 02 and 03.
So pull O2, pull O3. O4, O5 has been deleted. O6, O7, O8, O9. Page 14, O10, O11, O12, O13, O14, 15, 16, O17, page 15, O18,
Hold
Pull.
on, yeah.
18.
okay. pulling 18. The rest of page 15 are public hearings, so we'll be hearing all of those. Page 16 is all public hearings, P4, 5, 6, 7, so we'll be hearing those. Page 17, Q1 and 2 are sounding board. Then we have S1, time approximate, so it'll be pulled. S2, 3, 4, 5, page 18, S6, 7, 8, and 9.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to accept the agenda as read. Do I hear any noes? Guess not. Agenda is accepted.
And Mayor,
And the bulks are approved.
The bulks are approved, yes. Well, that's all we were doing.
Yes.
just as a notation on the time approximates at 9:45, that item's listed as D4, and it's actually D5, just as a notation.
Okay, what page, where?
This is on the
Page
time
7.
approximate sheet.
Oh,
9:45 is listed as D4,
Yeah,
and it's
okay.
actually D5. I just noticed that when you were doing the bulk.
okay.
Thank you.
Next item is Land Authority.
I will now close the BOCC meeting.
And I will now open the Land Authority meeting.
Good morning, Madam Chair. We'll start with roll call.
Commissioner Coldiron,
Here,
Commissioner Coolidge,
Here.
Mayor Murphy,
Here.
Commissioner Rice,
Here.
Chairman Carruthers.
Here.
Item G1's first item for us, approval of the minutes for the June 19th.
Move approval.
Second.
Any objections? Hearing none. Carries.
Item G2, approval of a contract to purchase Tier 3A property for conservation, Block 10, Lot 22, Bahia Mar Estates, Key Largo. We did look at this as a possible affordable housing site, but there is a comprehensive plan policy that says no affordable housing is allowed except in Tier 3 areas.
Move the item.
Second.
Any objections? Hearing none. Motion carries.
Item G3, approval of a resolution adding 5220, 5224, 5228, and 5230 College Road in Key West for a project known as Garden View Apartments. Adding this to the acquisition list as an affordable housing site, committing $6,507,916 in construction funding to the Housing Authority of the City of Key West for the project, and authorizing execution of documents and support grant application documents for this request.
Charles, we have a formal request from the city for this, right?
Correct.
Okay.
These are funds that are reserved.
Second.
Any objections? Hearing none. Motion carries.
And Manuel Castillo is here if you do have any subsequent questions, but I don't believe you do.
Hey, Manny.
Item G4, approval of an option contract to sell 12 affordable housing lots on Big Pine Key and Little Torch Key to Monroe County Housing Authority.
Move
move to
approval.
approve. Second.
Any objections?
I'm
Hearing
sorry,
none.
who seconded?
I
Doesn't
did.
matter. It's one of the other.
One of us approved.
That end.
Pick and choose.
Motion carries.
Item G5 is approval of the third amended professional services contract with Adele V. Stones, PA, for legal services. This does not result in any change in dollar value of the contract.
Move approval.
Second. Done.
Any objections? Hearing none. Motion carries.
Item G6, approval of Addendum 1 to the employment agreement with Charles G. Patterson. This is a contract extension, again, with no monetary change.
Move
And,
to approve.
sorry.
Good.
Okay, we'll take a second for discussion.
I'll second.
And I apologize that I didn't bring this up when we met, but this is a little ahead of schedule for us to be doing this. And I'm wondering if we need to do this now, because I would like to see us be developing a long-term succession plan before we do this. So I think we need to be looking farther ahead instead of simply just, because I don't know what happens when everybody leaves. So
I do.
You know.
We're all alone.
I don't. There's no pressing need
Yeah.
to do this right now. So I'd like for us to work better on a succession plan before we proceed.
Understand, that's honestly was why I put my extension in, to give a little leeway with Jenny's contract. There'd be about a 5-month overlap period, or,
I understand.
very good.
Charles, how long do you have left on your contract?
I'm inside about nine or 10 months left on the original 4-year
So you have
contract.
9 or 10 months to do, well, call it half that.
Yeah,
To
usually
do-
we do this about 6 months before a contract expires. So.
Okay,
Yeah.
but tell me what's gonna happen between now
Yeah.
and six.
Well, what I would like to see between now and say 3 or 4 months from now is what the plan is for succession.
Be glad to do that.
I suspect that may involve some
I don't-
decisions by lots of other people
Yeah, I-
besides Charles.
Yes.
It may, but, usually one has a plan about who might be prepared to step into one's shoes, and I just don't know what that plan is right now. And certainly, given the complexity of the work that you do, we would need to ensure that whoever might be able to fill those shoes has sufficient time to train. So that's,
Well-
we can call the roll. Let's call the roll.
Yeah,
Well-
We've got a motion and a second.
Yeah, let's talk
We do
about it.
have a
Call the
motion
roll.
and a second.
Yeah.
Can it be
Discuss.
done at the same time? Can we approve this, but also have a plan
No.
that starts to formulate?
No.
No, I'd like
No?
to see the plan
No.
before we approve this. I mean, I just don't understand why we need to do this today when, we've got 9 months. That's,
Question.
Call the roll.
Can I ask a question first, since I made this motion now and I might want to vote against it? To legal or to administration or to legal, what? Is there a benefit or a negative to us approving it now or waiting?
If the succession plan is a contingency attached to approval of the extension, yes, but there's no requirement within the statutory authority for the Monroe County Comprehensive Plan Land Authority that requires it be done no more than 6 months or no less than 6 months. That's your option.
Well,
In other words, no.
I'm having trouble, I don't have a problem with that, Commissioner, but I'm having trouble understanding how that affects Charles' contract. If
Yeah.
we come up with some methodology for that, and I agree we should do that, and it impacts Charles's contract, then I'm sure that's something we can modify into the contract. But tell me how it affects his contract, 'cause I'm not clear about that.
I think a couple of things. First, it provides some pressure for us to develop a succession plan. But secondly, it could extend or shorten the amount of overlap time between Charles and a successor.
Well, we can do that anyway. In other words, do you
We
have
could,
a
yeah.
problem with the proposed term of this extension?
I can't answer that question absent any understanding of who might fill his shoes once he leaves.
That wasn't the question, I don't
Yeah,
think.
but then we're not going to know that 6 months.
No.
No,
that
but we may
wasn't the
have an
question.
idea about whether we're talking about a new hire, whether we're talking about someone from within.
Let me ask a very innocent question that can open Pandora's box here.
Thank you.
Who's responsible for working out the succession plan? Charles is the guy retiring. Very seldom do we go to the person who's retiring and say, hey, guy, you need to find your replacement.
Oh, okay.
Because it's our job to do that, quite frankly. We oversee all, the land authority. This is a separate semi-corporation, I guess it is a corporation, from the county. It's vital to the county, or that decision is vital to the county. Yet, when I look at the organization of everything, the land authority sits out kind of by itself. We need a lot of input from the county, some of the people who are here today. This isn't really Charles' job to do this in isolation, although the organizational structure would kind of suggest that. That's not really the way it works. And it's really our job to come up with his replacement. So I'm not sure that I understand either.
Okay, well, you may not understand, but I'm not comfortable 9 months out extending this contract when we don't know how long we may need to extend it for.
Okay.
And we don't know who's going to, we don't have the depth within that organization right now.
Right. And we
to
probably
fulfill it.
won't
And-
either, of course.
But we may find some way to identify potential overlap or candidates, even within our own organization.
There's an
It
awful
might
lot
make
of
sense.
maybes in that, Heather.
Yeah.
That's true, and
an awful
that's
lot of them.
why I don't want to do this 9 months before
Well,
the
No, I
contract.
meant with your reasoning, there were a lot of maybes.
Let's call the roll.
Yeah, I guess we should
Okay,
go
call the
with
roll.
Commissioner Coldiron,
Yes.
Now, what's the motion? Let's
Is
clarify.
to approve.
To approve
the
his
contract.
contract.
Yeah.
Commissioner Coolidge,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy,
Yes,
Commissioner Rice,
Yes.
Chairman Carruthers.
No,
That's all of our agenda, Madam Chair.
okay.
And just to make sure, too, I believe you were going to have item D3 coming up. You'll see how the affordable housing project that we talked about will fit in with the ones that the county is also developing. We coordinated that with Christine's staff, the county attorney, the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, your housing recovery administrator, and Hannah Eskra, the consultant the county's retained to prepare the application.
It seems that this affordable housing, the little groups and pieces are coming together and working very well.
So we're
If
gonna-
we get
are
the
going
grant.
to D3 now?
I'm sorry, what?
well, we haven't adjourned the
Oh, okay.
land authority, so I guess, I'm not sure how we would proceed here, but I do believe that we should not just shelve this discussion right now, but I would like, and Ginny and Bob, maybe you guys can provide some input on how we would go about trying to identify what a succession plan will be for this position.
Well, now that we know what the end date is for Charles' employment contract, then we can work backward from that, and I'd be happy to work with the county attorney on that project.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any objection to that?
No, I'm all in favor of that. That's a good idea.
Okay. All right, then, Land Authority is adjourned.
And the BOCC is again in session.
Madam Mayor, there, as you mentioned, all these little pieces are coming together, and since the next item is D3, it's also related to D4 and I1 and I5 and I6. And I think we have several speakers on all of them.
Well,
that
just
have
take
heard-
them together.
Exactly, that's what I was going to suggest.
Take them together, make life
So would you like me
easy.
to call all of them now?
Yes, please.
You did say D3, D4, I1, I5, and I6.
Well, go slower,
Yes,
so I can
ma'am.
write that down.
And it's not necessary that you read all those parcel account numbers, okay?
Just identify
Yes,
the
sir.
item.
Oh, please.
I got that. Okay.
Okay, start with D3.
Yes, ma'am, and that is on page 6.
Yes, what comes next?
Approval to submit an...
No, stop. I want to know what agenda number comes next.
D3,
Then what?
D4,
Yes,
what was it?
I1,
I1,
I5.
I5, and I6. Okay,
And Bob, your item on...
It was both.
Oh,
okay. So are
Okay.
you ready for me to read them into the record?
Yes, now I
Okay.
am.
On page 6, item D3, approval to submit an application and pay an application fee of $1,500 for disaster recovery grant funding to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation for land acquisition and new construction of affordable workforce rental housing utilizing Community Development Block Grant disaster recovery funding. The grant request is for up to $8 million for new construction grant funding and up to $2.1 million for land acquisition funding related to the redevelopment of Howard's Haven and Conch Key Park sites and the Key Largo Atlantic Boulevard site. On page 7, item D4, approval of a ground lease between the Monroe County Board of County Commissioners and the Monroe County Housing Authority for development of 25 affordable housing units and sites currently owned or under contract for purchase, including Howard's Haven Trailer Park at 31535 Avenue C, Big Pine Key, Conch Key Trailer Park at 31 South Conch Avenue, and 2 North Conch Avenue, Conch Key, and a Key Largo site on Atlantic Boulevard, required under the terms of the competitive request for application issued by the Florida Housing Finance Corporation for land acquisition and new construction of affordable workforce rental housing utilizing Community Development Block Grant disaster recovery funding and approval for county administrator or his designee to finalize wording of lease to meet Florida Housing Finance Corporation. Request for applications requirements because of RFA response deadline and the expected issuance date of the final RFA. Next item is item I-1 on page 9. Approval of a resolution to reserve 5 affordable housing allocations consisting of 4 low-income and 1 very low-income affordable housing allocations pursuant to Monroe County Code Section 138-24, subsection B, for a 5-unit affordable housing development located on Homestead Avenue, Atlantic Boulevard, and St. Croix Place, part Tract E, and part of abandoned St. Croix Place, Port Largo, Key Largo. Next item would be item I-5 on the same page. Actually, that was done in bulk, Bob. I-5?
I-5, okay.
That one was done in bulk. So then we'll go on to I-6. Approval of a resolution waiving approximately $172,896 in building permit fees for 25 deed-restricted affordable housing units to serve 80% of the median income level to be built on 4 parcels, 1 on Big Pine Key at approximate mile marker 31.5, 2 on Conch Key at approximate mile marker 62.9, and 1 on Key Largo at approximate mile marker 99.5. And Mayor, we do have people that signed up for all 4 of these items, speaking on each one of them. So do you want me to call each one on each item as we go over it, or one time?
Once they get up to speak, they can speak on all 4 items.
On all 4 items. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Juanita Jones. I'm the Housing Recovery Administrator. So just a brief background for all of this. This is a result of the Hurricane Irma back in September 2017, devastating the Keys, creating major damage and or completely destroying over 4,000 of your housing units. Much of that housing was considered your de facto affordable workforce housing. So the workforce housing now has been identified as your number 1 issue that we're looking to address to strengthen the recovery of your local economy. The slideshow, where am I pointing to?
Jathan.
Am I supposed to do something?
No, he has to set it up for you.
We're having technical issues with the encoder on the piece.
It might say 2. It's 2 for them. It was revised. Okay, so The Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Grant Program was the federal government's response to Irma. U.S. Congress appropriated $616 million to the state of Florida for Hurricane Irma recovery. The Department of Economic Opportunity at the state is the entity, the agency, receiving those dollars and administering them. And they're doing that through the Community Development Block Grant DR program, or disaster recovery. $95 million of that money was set aside specifically for Monroe County, and that's made up of $50 million for the Rebuild Florida program, and that's dealing with repairs and replacements of housing structures for property owners. $10 million is for the voluntary home buyout program, and then $35 million is managed by the Florida Housing Finance Corporation to produce affordable workforce housing. And that's really what this item and all of the other items following me are talking about. That $35 million is made up of $10 million for land acquisition and $25 million for development and construction. The Florida Housing Finance Corporation issued a final request for applications for workforce housing development on July 2nd, and the submission date is August 6th. So our team has been engaged on this since November of 2018. It's been a long time coming. All of us are excited. We're all here, so we can answer any questions that you might have as we go through the process. The workforce housing in this program will target low-income households earning 80% of area median income or below, and there will be a 10% set aside of units for the extremely low-income households, and that's households earning 25% of area median income or below. The county's project team includes its land authority and its housing authority, and we're led by a development consultant, Hannah Eskra. She is specializing in the Florida housing development programs, and has been invaluable to us in this process, helping us to kind of corral our thoughts and what we'd like to see here, all of our sort of conceptual elements to prepare a competitive application for submission in August. She is also preparing the application that Charles spoke about earlier for the 12-unit scattered sites in the Lower Keys. All right. Wow, sorry. Our application is for county-owned land that is either owned already or being acquired by the land authority. That land will be leased in perpetuity to the housing authority, who is going to serve as the applicant and the developer and operator of the projects, if we're funded. There are 3 sites for consideration: Howard's Haven on Big Pine Key, the Conch Trailer Court on Conch Key, and a site currently owned by the county in Key Largo at Atlantic Boulevard. The approximate development costs we anticipate are a little over $7 million, and then the land acquisition costs are a little over $2 million. The 2 trailer parks that I just mentioned are currently occupied by several residents. So we may have an issue where we need to consider what the county's obligation might be related to their relocation, if there are legitimate displacements. So later in your agenda, I'm not sure if it got bulked or not, I'm sorry, but there is an item for us to retain a specialist in relocation, a law firm. This is a competitive application process. It is a competitive application process, so the Monroe County Housing Authority 12-unit project will compete in this round, as well as the City of Key West's housing project will also compete. I've got in here in your packet the income rules for 2019. Those just changed in April of this year, so they may look a little different than what you're used to following. Just to give you a quick indication, the 80% area median income this year for a single person is $53,600. That's the maximum income limit. And the comparable maximum rent limit for one person in a one-bedroom is $1,435. For the 25% maximum income level, that single person would be capped at $16,750, and then the maximum rent limit for the one-bedroom would be $448. Next in the packet, we have just some conceptual sketches, layouts of what we're considering. None of this is firm. We're just not at that step yet because we need to secure the funding before we hire designers, et cetera, to make this real. So the first item is the Key Largo site, proposed new construction funding of $1.9 million, a little over. That site, we're proposing 5 units of 3-bedroom apartments. The landowner will be the BOCC. It would have a ground term lease of 99 years with the Housing Authority, and the Housing Authority would be, the Housing Authority would be the developer operator. The next site is the Conch Key site. Acquisition and new construction funding would be a little over $3.7 million. We're anticipating 8 bedroom units there, 8 one-bedroom units, and 2 two-bedroom units. Again, the landowner would be the BOCC. The Housing Authority would have a 99-year ground lease, and the Housing Authority would be the developer and operator of that site. And then the final site would be the Howard's Haven, Big Pine Key. New construction funding and acquisition, a little over $3.3 million. We're anticipating 10 units of one-bedroom apartments there, one-bedroom single-family units there. The landowner would be BOCC, and the Housing Authority would be a 99-year ground lease, and Housing Authority would act as developer and operator. We've added in here in a slide that shows you the County Housing Authority application that was talked about earlier. This is the 12 units in the Lower Keys. So that's got an acquisition and new construction funding request of a little over 4.9, almost $5 million for that site, for that project. The landowner there would be, it is the County Land Authority at this moment. They are going to sell those properties to the Housing Authority directly, so they would then be the owners, and then the Housing Authority would be the developer and operator. And Hannah Esker, our consultant, is also working on this application for us. So I blew up the next chart, so it will be a little bit bigger. That's the big 11 by 17 that you have.
Thank you for doing that, by the way.
You're welcome. Yeah. So the big red just shows you that number one, all of those items in blue represent the county's project for the 2 trailer parks and the Key Largo site. And then number 2 is the Housing Authority site that we just talked about, where the scattered sites would be sold to them. And then we've got the subtotals on the approximate land acquisition and construction funding for those. And then over to the right, the arrow just shows you the total number of units we're looking at combined. So 25 units under BOCC land ownership, and then 12 units for the Housing Authority. I'm sorry. It's hard to do this. So, yeah, that's a slide. We do have some extra copies in the back if any of you are interested. This chart has a significant amount of detail. We wanted to give you sort of what we thought were the essential items that you might be questioning, but I won't spend a lot of time going over it unless you have specific questions. And like I said, we have all of the team members here, so if you have questions on any part of this, we're here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to hear from the public speakers now, or are you going over D4?
Sure.
That took in all 3 sites. So, yeah, I think, yeah. That would be good.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
First speaker will be Marlene Weeks, followed by Alicia Quintana. Say that 3 times fast.
Good morning. Hi there. Hi, Commissioner Coldiron. My name is Marlene Weeks. I am a property owner. I'm about 10 lots from the property in question that's being addressed for a developmental grant for affordable housing. I'm speaking for myself and my husband, who own 4 properties on the main boulevard adjacent pretty much to this property. I've been here before you guys many times before, every time that there is something that has come up before the commission that has to do with this particular parcel. My family, just so you understand the background, I've been in the Keys since 1977. My husband is a true and born bred conch from 1950s, And my family in the 80s and 90s through today has helped develop most of this subdivision that we're talking about today. I am probably a mini historian on this particular property, and I'm coming to talk to you about that. Here's where I have a problem and why I'm here. I've been pretty much vocal in regards to this property and how I think it fits into the design of our subdivision. Sylvia, as our county commissioner, definitely knows how I felt about this property. Commissioner Carruthers, right afterwards, when the last time I was here was, or actually in Key Largo, was when we were addressing this parcel being used for the Florida Keys Community College. And every single time we come up here, it's having to do with this parcel and how this parcel is going to impact our neighborhood and our Upper Keys community. Where I have a problem this time around is that every single time I have felt that our commission at least has made an attempt to reach out to our Property Owners Association, to our Upper Keys community in regards to the development of this parcel. And this time I feel like I have been sucker punched. Kevin Wilson, who's the county assistant administrator, lives in our neighborhood. Roman knows I'm very vocal about this. Yesterday when I called, we found out about this as a fluke as part of the Parks and Recreation meeting. And since I found out about this the day before yesterday in the afternoon, I've been making phone calls trying to figure out when this took place. And at this point, what I have found is back on November 20th, I went through, and thank you for all of these meetings being recorded. It's the best thing going for us, the citizens of Monroe County. On November 20th, at a time approximate 2:13, it was part of the approval of professional services contract for professional services with Hannah Escrow, consultant, as part of taking on her almost $50,000 salary for application for the construction of affordable housing. Nowhere was this put in, as this is what's coming into your neighborhood, and we are at a loss as far as now this is going to impact us. This is, once you make this decision, we're stuck with it. So I'm here because in one of my lives, I do deal with grants, and I know and I appreciate Juanita Jones' enthusiasm, but once you make a grant application and it's for a specific parcel and for a specific designation, you're stuck. It's very hard to modify that and switch that somewhere else. You needed to have come to us. You needed to have talked to us, since we're the ones who are going to be left to clean up this mess after you guys are gone. And I don't have an issue with affordable housing, but we've been asking for decades, and I have here even applications going back to 2004 when the county bought this lot from Stumar's bank, basically for parking. It had a parking permit, and it got expired because we were told that there was no money for capital improvements for the asphalt to make the parking. Ever since this piece of property has been in the works, it's always been thought of as a continuation of the park. I don't know of any other park property that has affordable housing on it. And I would strongly urge you, and listen to this part, please, especially in the heat of the political climate that we're dealing with all the way to the national level. Be transparent. Don't be the kind of commission that does this in the background without citizen input. Be transparent. I don't feel like you've been transparent. I don't feel like you've let us voice our opinions. We want additional parking. We've been asking for additional parking. We will support a community rec center. We will support the pickleball people that need more space. Come talk to us and talk to us about what we think, since it's my front yard and it's our home, this is where I've been since 1993. Please respect the fact that we're property owners and this is also our home, and talk to us as to how to best do that. Transparency, please. Thank you.
Following Alicia Quintana will be Charles Cashwell.
You know, I'm a little troubled. Could I have you back up there? In your entire presentation, you talked about your problems with the process. You did not talk about why you object to what we have planned.
Okay, and I thank you for the time to address that. Here's what my concerns are, and I'm not speaking on behalf of my HOA, I'm speaking for my family and the 4 properties that I own here. I don't have objections to affordable housing. But when you look at these proposed drawings, and I was mind boggled that yesterday our county administrator didn't even know that there was conceptual drawings at this point, yet they're listed on here. When you look at that, it's not affordable housing where it's for families. These are one bedroom, one units. It looks like housing for a dorm setting where it's each individual room with communal housing. It's not even that. We've always been talking about the fact we have 500, Commissioner Rice, 500 property owners in just our subdivision. Where this property is located, it's the outgoing area for our adjacent property owners in Key Largo Ocean Shores. A huge amount of people in that area. And then we also have traffic from restaurants and hotels in our area. This has always been supposed to be a continuation of the park. It's things to encourage families.
I don't think that's true.
No, I
Well,
don't think
I mean,
that's true.
let me tell you, I was there going all the way back to when the park was being designed. And during those original conversations, that original park looked like a baseball stadium. And since then, it's evolved and there's open spaces. Yeah, at the Parks and Rec meeting the other day, possibly Mr. Wilson made a comment that they have space for those pickleball courts inside of the park. That is, oh my God, that is exactly what we didn't ask for or don't want in that beautiful green space closest to the property owners. So again, this has always been discussion of parking. This has always been discussion of, you know, adding add-ons to things that are necessary for the community. A rec center, we're in support of a rec center. We have to see, okay, but okay, so if I'm using your analogy, sir, with all due respect, if it's not, then why don't we talk about it? Because you're assuming that your presentation is always what you've proposed. And it hasn't, because through the years it's evolved. Originally they wanted to put a private school there for the kids coming, for that one private school that was supposed to come out of Ocean Reef. After that it was going to be the community college. And then now we're talking about affordable housing. So it's not necessarily what you intended either, and our desires, our needs have evolved. So if we're using that argument, I'm saying we will revisit the subject with you. Let's talk about the add-ons that we need right now. When you put the skateboard in there, that skateboard took parking spaces. We never were given those parking spaces back. There's overflow parking into this lot and into the private property adjacent to this. It's an indicator that we need parking. So all I'm saying is please stop, reconsider this, I know you have that August 6th deadline. Take the 4,000, Ms. Jones, I don't know where she went, but I would love to know of those 4,000, the greatest impact from what I understand through all the years since Irma was in the middle and lower keys. Use this resource and make that grant application for those and come back to us with something that we can work with in conjunction with the county that would serve the neighborhood and the community.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Go ahead, Danny.
If we came back with something that said we want to put affordable housing there, would you support that?
As long as you came to us, if we, Mr. Commissioner Coolidge, I have a question.
No,
I would, except with, I'm a paralegal by trade, and it's not a simple black and white answer for me, because you're sitting on county property.
What I'm asking you is I understand your complaint about the transparency and dealing with the public, although I would assume that going through this process with all of these federally supported programs, they require extensive public input, and I'm sure that is the case in this as well. Somebody.
Where was it? Where?
I'm talking about between the time that you get, they say, okay, we're going to include you in the grant process, and you get some sort of a grant agreement. Christine, would you get involved in this?
This is the first step in a project like this. If we don't get funding, we won't proceed.
Right.
So we haven't held any type of development public meetings. We did add this site, as Ms. Weeks mentioned in November to the pot that we were studying and put into the applications. After the grant is awarded, it depends on what the zoning and future land use is of each site as to what process we will follow. Right now, this site has a very high level of zoning, and the units that we're proposing from Cheryl Jafari's perspective, and I think she's here, the planning director, it's an as-of-right use,
Okay.
meaning it doesn't require a minor conditional use or a major conditional use.
Okay, so
because
it
it's so small.
Okay, so, I understand that.
Okay.
But the point I'm trying to make to you is I think what you're saying is you should have come to us, but I doubt that affordable housing is one of the alternatives that would have been acceptable to you in the end
No.
anyway.
No, I have a problem with the fact that you're putting those kind of words in my. This is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, if this ends up being something that's going to be in our neighborhood, and it's going to be the first thing that people see when they drive into our neighborhood. Okay, this is the first thing people will see when they drive into our neighborhood.
I'm not sure why that matters.
It's going to impact. Really?
Why does that matter?
Well, because it should be something that is reflective and built to be able to go ahead and improve or maintain the values of our property. I don't have a problem with affordable housing. What I have is a problem with this not coming to us, even at the conceptual stages that you're already in. And again, please focus on this one part of this. And Ms. Hurley, if you can tell us this, once the grant application is in, are we stuck with that money on the record for this property? Is there a way to deviate if afterwards you come up to us and we talk and this doesn't work out? Are we able to switch that funding to another parcel if after input and discussion with the property owners, we see that there's something better for this particular parcel?
Do you want me to answer, Mayor?
No. No, it's much too long and drawn out, and we have many other speakers to go.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. Please. This is it. This is the grant application.
Thank you.
Alicia Quintana, followed by Charles Cashwell.
Oh, I like that blouse.
Hello? Can everybody hear me? I'm told I speak really low, so pardon me. I'm here also in reference to the park. As far as I've always been told, and everything's gone around, it's supposed to be an extension to the park. Not only is my concern, and I'm not against affordable housing. Let me get this straight out. Because I'm one who we've tried to buy trailers like you're getting rid of down south and trying to relocate the people in those trailers. That is affordable housing in the Keys. It's hard to buy one to rent it to anybody for affordable housing, and you're doing that right now. You're getting rid of them down there. Up here in this area, there's the St. Croix, part of the St. Croix Street that it's been abandoned. Part of it now belongs to the park, and the other half belongs to this out parcel. So you now have a traffic issue. Where's everybody from the park going to go? Has a traffic study been done? How are you impacting the community in there? I mean, the only exit right now that's going to, by the time if you do this, is going to be Laguna, or a little road that you have between that parcel and the Bank of America parcel going to Homestead, which is like an alley behind Bank of America and Walgreens. So again, I don't know. I've heard the recording how this was added. This one parcel was not even part of the original 3 parcels that they were discussing when they were talking about hiring the consultant to do the paperwork for the grant study. And it was said, oh, can we add this one to it? Would you include it for the same price? And the answer by the consultant was, sure, I'll look into it, no problem. The consultant was hired. Again, we weren't notified of any of these changes. And my thing is, there's enough going on in there already with all the hotels, all the restaurants, the traffic. Have anybody ever tried crossing Homestead? Homestead between Walgreens and this parcel. Try crossing that street over in a car. There's been
Certainly.
many accidents there.
Quite often.
Quite often. And it's always, I mean, how many people take that because they don't realize it's 2 ways, and everybody thinks because there's a lot of tourists in there. So now this is going to be the only way out, or going to be Laguna, because you can't get out of St. Croix once you do this development. So there was, and again, there's no community input. And to me, that's one of the things that you need to come to the community for, is the traffic study, is what's going to be the consequences of closing this up and doing this development. That's all those different things. I get talking about it after the grant is approved, but once the grant is approved, the money's there, it's getting done. At that point, my input doesn't count. It's the way I feel about it. Because I know you're doing the same study with over on the other side of the highway where the Largo Honda is.
No, that's a whole
Right,
different
but it's the same
basket of
study.
apples.
Right, but it's the same study for, it's affordable housing, and it's a gas station, and now it's been changing, but it's the
Yeah,
same
but
study
that's a
with the
whole-
traffic.
No, that's a
But
whole different ballgame.
Granted, but it's the same traffic issues, and that's what's that. Ours, I don't know where that traffic study has been done. There's a lot of things that are going on. And as far as I heard the young lady earlier mention, it's affordable housing. The plans they have on there are 3-bedroom, 3-bath, en-suites, roommates. That's not a family affordable housing. That is like what my nieces have in college. It's different people renting a room, paying $200, $300 a month to I don't know who, sharing a common area. And I guess to me that's not affordable housing
Well, I
in
believe
the
the purpose
community.
of that is it could go either way. It could also be an affordable house for someone with, what, 4 children?
And
2 boys, 2 girls.
And everybody has their own
Boy
bathroom.
and a
Well, yeah,
girl.
that's true.
Yeah.
Right, and everybody has their own bathroom.
Yeah.
With a door going outside.
So what?
I
Well,
guess I'm
this-
trying to say, it's the way it's been presented and what we've seen so far, what I have found out, it's like, we get the details later, and that's fine, but right now, what I'm seeing is like, all this stuff is going through, and there's been no input, even to get to the grant. I mean, I guess, as what I'm saying is,
I'm
you're
going to make a
representing
point. I'm
us.
going to make a point here. If you have a home and there are vacant lots on either side and behind you, and suddenly there are 3 different families who have purchased the lots, and they're going to build on those lots,
Okay,
do they come to you
no.
for advice on what to build and how
But
to
if they
build?
need a variance for anything that's not what's supposed to go there,
But that's not, we're not asking for a variance. We own that property. We purchased it to be used for the best use of people in this county.
okay?
And I think we have found
And so
it.
the public doesn't get any input on it? It's all-
Basically input, yes.
And so when this is done and you get the grant, I'm assuming you get the grant, and now you've got to, now you'll be going into the public input. When is the traffic study going to be done of what's going to happen when you close off that street on Atlantic Boulevard?
Well, I don't know, but it'll be done sometime during this process.
It'll be after the grant or before you apply for, because
Well, I
if it's
would
done after
assume
the
after-
grant, you.
Does there
you're
have to
losing.
be a traffic study for?
You're closing off a street.
It will probably have to be one, but the point is, we have to get the
Let's
money
ask
first,
Christine Hurley.
and that's it.
Let Christine get involved in this.
So, since it's such a small amount of development, we have a general land development code that covers when traffic impact statements are required and when traffic studies are required. Basically, what happens is you go to apply for a building permit, and the planning department will review the number of units, and they'll go by the code on whether a traffic study is required or not. This is a very small number of units, and the 2017 biennial travel delay study, if it showed that the segment of US 1 in front of this had a big issue, like it was level of service D or E or F, then we would study that. But right now, to our knowledge, and the 2019 report just came out and we're reviewing it now, that segment is nowhere near used up in capacity.
Yeah.
And therefore, that small amount of development would not go through a public transportation analysis. The use that was described earlier is a way different kind of use with much more impacts in the
Impact,
traffic
yeah.
perspective.
Okay.
So the zoning of this land already allows what is being proposed.
Lindsay, is that timing light on? Is that working?
Yeah, it expired.
Oh, it did. I missed it. Is right. For heaven's sakes, poke me. Okay,
So,
that's it.
all right.
Yeah.
Following Charles Cashwell will be Paul Bean.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Charles Cashwell. I'm a resident in the Fort Largo area. I'll be succinct. My concerns here, first, traffic flow and congestion.
Charles, would you speak into the mic, please?
Traffic flow and congestion first. Just placing that little walkway there at the glass bottom boat caused a major issue at the stoplight. Now you've got 2 blockages there, so if you don't think you've got enough traffic flow, then you probably need to look at that again. In the morning, at lunch, and in the evening, traffic flow backs up at least a half a mile at that stoplight. Folks in this extended neighborhood use that stoplight to access US 1. And we've already discussed that's not just the Port Largo, that extends all the way past the fisheries. There's, little access in or out. Safe access, because especially in the congested part of the day, you can't get out on the US 1 to cross it unless you're going south and it's stopped and somebody will let you cross. That's one point. The high-density housing, we've discussed, you guys can go ahead and approve it and get it through, and then once it's passed, then we'll look at it. That's what I was hearing. The high-density housing does not match the existing single-family or duplex in that neighborhood. So regardless of what's being said, we don't have multi-family housing in that neighborhood. It doesn't match. You have a problem with runoff and permeable surface already with that parking lot in front and adjacent. This is permeable area. Now you're going to cover this up. Somebody's already mentioned the accidents that go on at that little crosswalk. The reason is folks exit 1, cut through where this is going to be built to try and access the neighborhood. I keep hearing that this housing is being built for workers. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
I'd like to know, within 5 miles approximately north and south, there are these housing units that were built. What percentage of those housing units are being rented to folks that are actually workers in the immediate Key Largo area? If that's the driver, as I understand, for this housing.
Where do you get your information?
Just from the title of this.
The title of what?
The item 3 here talks about workforce rental housing
Yes.
utilization.
Yes.
So is that what these properties are being built for?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's going to be in the rental agreement, that somebody's working in the area.
Absolutely. And the man who controls that entire program is sitting right in this room. He'll stand up in his chair if we're lying.
Yeah, they need to earn
And I don't see
70
anybody standing up in the chair.
They need to earn 70% of their, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
You are.
70% of their income must be from working in Monroe County.
In Monroe County.
Were we also discussing having these units for our own Monroe County employees?
It could be, but they work here, so
Right.
that's the
Right.
same thing.
They would be eligible.
They would
Right.
be eligible, yes.
So our own people here.
They're the ones who would work here, who
Okay.
would live there.
Well, thank you for your time, but I do feel that there's going to be a problem if we put those houses there.
Okay. I want to point something out. This piece of property is not part of Port Largo. It is not part of your subdivision. It's an outlying parcel that is, I guess, between you and US 1. And therefore, what it does to your neighborhood basically is not a big concern. Because when anyone has a neighborhood, a set area where the homes are built, they do not control anything outside of that.
So is the park part of our neighborhood?
Technically, no. Technically, it is not.
I sure thought it was,
But
and I've been
because,
living there for a
well,
while.
no more than Harris Park is part of the Harris Park subdivisions. No, it's a county park, as is your park. It's a county park. It is not part of your subdivision, nor is Harris Park.
All right, well, I think you could see where I would be confused about that, since the primary entrance
Is right there,
is
yes.
right there and goes.
Well, it
goes-
takes up a whole corner of what would be your subdivision. Yeah.
Right, and
You just happen to be lucky enough to live
By a
in an area with a park right there, basically.
so anyway, I would like to know if this grant goes through, when we'll have, further input
Okay.
to this process. Thank you.
Following Paul Bean will be Nancy Bean.
Can I ask a question while
Certainly.
you're walking up? I have a question, maybe this could go to Kevin Wilson or Christine Hurley, on that park and what is currently happening. Because I've gotten some emails from people who want to make sure that there's still going to be room for different things they want in the park, like a pickleball court. I keep hearing that. Is there still going to be room for a pickleball court at the park?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, as we speak, my Public Works and Parks guys are soliciting proposals for a location for pickleball courts, and we've talked to the guy who runs the pickleball club in Key Largo about how to design that inside the park.
Okay, so this housing, these 5 units would not in any way interfere with the park still having park amenities?
No, ma'am.
No.
Okay, one more question. Someone else, I think, said something that there aren't currently any workforce housing units on the park. Are there any? Because I'm confused. I thought there were already some there.
I'm sorry, but my boss was making me correct myself a little bit to say we are in the process of putting pickleball courts there. We're working through that problem with the pickleball folks. They also already have temporary pickleball courts that they use in the basketball courts. They set up every morning, and they timeshare with the younger set who plays basketball.
Okay.
And because he was making me correct myself, I wasn't focused on your question.
Okay, somebody else got up and spoke about that we don't already have workforce housing units on any park.
We do.
I thought we did.
Can you clarify? Because I thought we did.
We, in fact, have 2 workforce housing units on the main part of Key Largo Park, have ever since we acquired the park in 1995, I think it was. No, we acquired that lot in 2004. We acquired the main part of the park in the 90s.
Okay, thank you.
And we also have them on other parks, don't we? Like Big Pine?
We had a workforce housing unit on Big Pine Key Park, which was badly damaged by Irma, but we're in the process of repairing.
Okay, thank you.
We also had one for many, many years at Harry Harris Park, yes.
And
that
also,
has
yes, ma'am, and that was destroyed by Irma, or pre-Irma, actually.
pre-Irma.
And we also had one at Bernstein Park before we redeveloped Bernstein Park, but we didn't have a way to put that back in there. We used that space for the community building that's there.
Yeah.
But those are within the park boundaries.
And I think the city of Key West is planning on doing some at the Truman Waterfront Park. So it's not,
no.
Not uncommon.
Okay. Yes, Paul.
Good morning. I'm here as a private citizen. My name's Paul Bean. I live on St. Thomas Avenue behind Key Largo Park. Very interested about this lot. This lot has been up for discussion at various meetings throughout the years, going way, way back. I know we've discussed the history and all the different things. The things that I just wanted to bring to the attention is on the county website, because I received very short notice about all of this that's going on the county website, it lists this location as state parks, and it lists it as part of the Port Largo subdivision, and it says that it's not affordable housing. This is pulled right off of your website. I pulled it off there last night.
Is that the property appraiser's website?
To me, my concern is over the history of this property, when they built the park, then they went to abandon St. Croix to join the two properties together. It was going to be for the skate park, and that's why they were abandoning St. Croix, was to encompass it all together. The skate park was then, by matters that I think they were thinking about security for the children, they moved the skate park inside the park, and the property stayed vacant. Mayor Murphy came to the Port Largo Homeowners Association and spoke about this lot quite a number of years ago. I believe it was in right around 2004, and we discussed a lot with...
I wasn't even in office in 2004. 14 maybe.
Maybe I got my numbers wrong.
Try 14.
But you came and talked to us because I was in attendance there, and we actually walked over to that property and we asked about it to be leveled and to be cleaned up because it was already being used as overflow parking from the park. We lost quite a number of parking spaces when the skate park got moved in, and we were looking to alleviate the pressure on the road surrounding the park. The land as it is now is being used as a parking lot. Everybody uses it as a parking lot. The county uses it as a parking lot. All the different entities, the Multiple Sclerosis Society uses it on their bike ride. The yacht club that has their annual regattas use it for parking. We use it for the 4th of July parade and picnic. And what I would like for the park to be used for is that same continuation. I'm not against affordable housing. In fact, I've physically picked up hammers and helped build affordable housing on a number of occasions. I believe this is just the wrong location for the affordable housing. I feel that this land would be better used as park land for the enjoyment of all the community, not just Port Largo. And I believe putting 5 units with the individual dorm style kind of property there would, in my estimation, that's adding 60 some odd parking spaces needed for that property. And this is only an acre. So, that's too much for such a small parcel of land. I think it should remain as parking for the overflow for the park, a jewel in our community. Thank you.
Following Nancy Bean, who is representing Port Largo Residential Property Owners Association, will be Beverly Newman.
I have a question of Christine while coming up. Christine, that's 1 acre of land. What is the density given the zoning for 1 acre of land? We're putting 5
Cheryl,
places
is it
there
SC?
if we do it.
Is that for affordable a maximum of 18 units an acre?
18 units is what I thought.
So we could-
5 units is a hell of a lot different than the 18 that can legally go there.
5 units adjacent to a commercial area
Yeah.
buffered by a park.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
My name's Nancy Bean. I represent the Port Largo Homeowners Association. And also I'm reading a letter from Dottie Moses from the Federation. We asked Dottie to help us with this because she's very good with all the ins and outs. This is our note, and I think it was sent to all of you in an email. It has come to our attention, Monroe County Board of Commissioners is considering proceeding with the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funding application for development of the parcel identified as parcel number. And If this funding is approved, 5 affordable housing allocations consisting of 4 low-income and 1 very low-income affordable housing units will be constructed on Homestead Avenue, Atlantic Boulevard, and St. Croix Place in Port Largo. Although our Property Owners Association is very sympathetic to the affordable housing needs of the community, we feel that placing these 5 3-bedroom units on the above parcel would be detrimental to the neighborhood and the surrounding community due to its location at the entrance of a busy intersection. The addition of these units in our neighborhood would cause more traffic flow issues and increase safety concerns for all of the residents coming in and out of the neighborhood for personal and recreational purposes. Unfortunately, the BOCC has not been transparent in this process. They have not reached out to our Property Owners Association for community input in regards to the development of this parcel. I'm going to deviate a little bit here. I think you put the horse before the cart when you apply for grants that I'm not sure can be changed to another location or not. Can we answer that question now? If you receive grant funding for that particular parcel, can it be moved to another parcel?
Probably not, but that's something that staff takes care of.
Can we ask them?
No, not at the moment, you can't. And basically, I would say no, because this is what we pay them to do. This is what your tax dollars pay them to do.
But what our tax dollars
So
pay...
I don't think you have a say-so in this, is what I'm getting at.
Well,
really
that's not being
don't.
transparent to us to ask if we can postpone this part of the application for that particular property. That's what we're asking for. We're
I
asking
can pretty
to
much
take
tell you no, that this application has a deadline. It's federal. It has a deadline.
Yes.
And we're running up against the deadline, am I right?
Yes,
It's
I
going
understand you have a deadline, but without any community input whatsoever on the subject, you're moving forward with something that's not going to be revocable later or be able to be associated to any other property. Because you, Commissioner, yourself, walked with me over there to the property, and you told us it would be overflow parking and paving. A few months went by.
I said for the moment. I never said forever, because that was never the plan. We gave permission for that lot to be used for overflow parking for the convenience of the park, the neighborhood, the businesses, and somebody else who was going to have a huge family reunion and wanted to use that as parking and ferry people back and forth.
So
okay.
that's my point.
That was as long as we didn't need it for something else.
That's my point.
Okay.
You do need it for something else. You have staging for after the hurricane, and once you put affordable housing there, or any other thing, except for parking, because parking you can still use it for hurricane recovery. That's what we did this last year. We used our parking.
Yes.
So once you put affordable housing or other things that aren't related to the park, then you're not going to be able to use it for that most important hurricane recovery. We use both parts. We use the park and we use that.
Push comes to shove, we'll find a place to put it, and it'll probably be up on the mainland. But that
anyways, that's not what happened last time. But what I'm asking you and telling you is, you guys are supposed to be for the community, the whole entire community.
We are for the entire whole community.
Okay, well, this is going to serve 30 people. Versus the thousands of people that come into that park and use that park every day. People use it. That serves the entire community.
Ma'am, today we're going to be faced with people from Key Largo to Sugarloaf who are going to come up here and begin by saying we are not against affordable housing, but don't put it here.
That's because it was originally with our park. I don't see us taking away park.
It's not zoned parking.
It was zoned. It's zoned Port Largo, and on your website it is state park. And
looking right at it.
We'll
And
show
it's
you the
not what the
printout.
zone is. Want to see? Right there.
Here, I'll show you the printout.
There's the zone.
It depends on which website you look at.
If you're
But
looking
we
at
look
the county, if you're looking at the county property appraiser's website, that is not the Board of County Commissioners information. That is the tax appraiser's information that he uses for tax purposes. He has clear disclaimers on there. That's what I'm using this information for. Do not rely on it for any other purpose.
Okay.
Well, that's
So
with it.
I'm suggesting that if you're relying on that, you're mistaken in your reliance.
Yeah.
Okay, I can accept that, but I'm not mistaking on the intended use that has always been. That
What?
for the park, because the skate park was supposed to go there.
That is so far in the past, that's way before my time, for heaven's sakes, on the commission.
Yeah, it is before your time, but it's
Yeah.
still what we in the community had sought and.
So you want us to move the skate park back where they thought it might go 30 years ago? No, you don't want that.
No, we want additional stuff for our park.
Yeah,
Because we
that's-
don't want the pickleball in the green space. Most of the kids in Key Largo
Nancy,
and the
we are not
Keys
gonna redesign
do not even know what grass is unless they go to one of these parks. And now you're going to take up a whole
Nancy,
big green space.
Your time is up. We've haggled this enough. This is county property. And at this moment, this is what we're going to use it for. And I will tell all of you something, and you can get as mad at me as you want to. Christine, who first mentioned that lot for affordable housing?
Except you're not going to get mad at me for saying it. You did, Mayor Murphy.
I did.
Exactly.
It is the perfect place for it. Because while I've been sitting on this county commission for 14 years, everything we have ever come up with for that piece of land has been shot down by Port Largo.
That's not true.
Where there's nothing on the land, that is true.
That's not true. That's not true. You agreed with us for overflow parking, so that is absolutely
No,
an
that
untrue.
was never voted on as a
Can I
use.
go get some coffee while y'all fight?
Yeah, get me a cup,
I don't
too.
believe anything came to Port Largo.
No, sugar and cream.
Can you tell me what came to Port Largo that we disagreed on?
What, ask your mother and dad.
At the what?
No, come on, Nancy, sit down. It's time for the next, your time is
I
up.
will sit down, but I want to firmly state that we are totally against anything that is done in that area without community involvement. We were backdoored with this on November 20th, when everything was set up.
Nancy,
and
your
you
time
put in
is up.
at the last minute to include that property, because that's been on your agenda since you got here.
Following Beverly Newman, who is representing Key Largo Mini Storage, will be Marisol Almeida.
I want to know how she walks. in
Hello,
those.
Beverly Newman, and my family has had Key Largo Mini Storage, which is right there across from the park since 1981. And through the years, we get excited when the park went in and, more things that were wonderful for the Key Largo community. I've had an opportunity to spend more time at the warehouse as I was building a home in Key Largo, relocating from Houston. So I actually stayed in the apartment above the office while that was going on. And I had a wonderful view of the baseball field from my bedroom and could see what an impact the park has on our community in a great way. But the parking is such a huge issue. I've just got to say, just looking out my window and seeing children come from our property, because our property actually is an overflow space for the park, sadly, and so we're picking up the litter and everything that's there after we're used as overflow parking. And the safety issues of the kids going across the street there, because they're running in between the cars as they're parked up against our property. Anyway, the congestion is horrible, and I would leave the
warehouse area, there's a garage door that goes in and out, so I don't have to open that big, heavy gate, right? And when I would put that garage door up to go out of my car, they're using that alleyway back there as access to Atlantic and Laguna to get around to the park. Because, I mean, it's not a street, it's an alleyway, but the whole thing is dangerous. I mean, I'm just concerned for additional safety issues. If we don't make that parking and allow multiple uses and the diversity for that. I mean, I was looking out another window at the area there where we had the mounds and mounds of waste after Hurricane Irma. So I've been there, I lived with all that, you know, and I think that having that diversity for that land use there would be important. But
I think more and more you're going to find the open spaces that used to be something or other are now being filled in with either a business or housing, affordable housing, whatever. And it's a shame. We are overcrowded. We've been overcrowded for what, 10 years, David, at least? And there's nowhere for us to go. If we keep letting people build, if the state keeps giving us building permits, it's not gonna get any better. Because while the permits are there, we have no choice but to give them out. And people are building on the most unlikely places, as you have mentioned. So
And this
thank
is
you.
not an unlikely place. This is adjacent
No,
to the commercial core of this county. It's only 5 units where there would be 18 units as of right, and it's buffered from the neighborhood by a park.
Okay, thank you.
Following Marisol Almeida will be Rick Hauser.
And how many more speakers are there? Because
You
we
have
are
two.
due for a break. What?
You have 2 more, Mayor.
2 more after this one?
No, 2 more,
Okay.
period.
Okay, fine, and then we're going to take
Ms.
a break.
Almeida and then Mr. Hauser.
Yes, hello, my name is Marisol Almeida. I'm a private citizen and an owner of Port Largo. I just want to basically echo everybody's concern, the owners of Port Largo, as far as congestion. As far as the congestion is, we have a lot of traffic going through. I've personally seen a lot of people using our neighborhood as a shortcut to avoid the light. And although we cannot do anything about that, I think this project would just aggravate the situation more. Because it is currently a shortcut. Other than that, and my other concern is the pickleball court taking up all the green area of the park. That green area is also a buffer to the homes, and I assume it's going to require more lighting as well, so the neighborhood is going to be lit up even more than it currently is. I want to thank you, and I want to, for the time, and I want to yield my remaining time to Marlene Weeks, please. If that's allowed.
To
Can
do
I
what?
yield my time, the rest of my time, can I yield it to Marlene?
No, you cannot.
Okay, so then basically I just wanted to echo everybody's concern. I have a lot of friends who are also owners of Port Largo who weren't able to make it to this meeting because of the short notice and because it's an issue affecting Key Largo, but we're in Marathon. So if I could request that if it's affecting Key Largo, if we could hold it closer so that other owners, and a lot of owners are from Miami. So
We
it's
cannot hold it in Key West, but we can hold it in the nearest meeting place to where it's taking place, and that happens to be Marathon.
Okay.
So
And it couldn't be held in Key Largo
it
Commerce?
could have last month, except we weren't ready for it at that time.
Okay, so
We-
basically, I just wanted to echo my concern about the congestion and the safety of the neighborhood, because it is open. We have a lot of people riding bikes, people walking their dogs, and we're just making it worse, and a bigger safety issue for everybody else in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Rick Hauser is the final speaker.
Thank you, sir.
My name's Rick Hauser, and I've been in the Keys since 1982 as a full-time resident. I presently live in Port Largo, like just about everybody else. My son and daughter were born and raised here. My daughter is a full-time employee in Monroe County, and she fits that bill as being, less than privileged. But she's lucky because I support her, and she's able to live in the Keys. In spite of that, I don't think that's the place for the affordable housing. The congestion, like everyone else has mentioned, has gotten to the point where people are parking on the road, which you're going to have a bigger problem now. You're going to add 15 to 30 potential cars for people that are going to be parking in that area. And the conceptual plan that I've seen shows it as part of the park because it's got the pickleball courts on it, only 2. So I think you're putting housing in a park, which doesn't make sense to me.
No, we're putting pickleball courts on a county-owned lot.
Well, yeah, and that's where I understood the pickleball courts were going to go, which I was very pleased.
Maybe they are,
with.
maybe they
I'm
aren't,
happy
I don't
as heck.
know.
I am that pickleball guy that
Are
Kevin
you?
was talking about.
Believe it or not.
Unofficially.
I have no idea what pickleball is.
Well, I won't take your time now to tell you, but come over to the basketball court some morning about 9 and we'll show you.
Okay.
We'll even give you a paddle that you play a little bit because all of us over there have gray hair now. Just pretty. The pickleball group.
Oh, tennis for seniors? Okay, I can do that.
The pickleball group is growing phenomenally, I might add.
Yes, that I'm aware of.
And
Yeah.
they also bring their cars, and its parking is another issue. We don't want to take up the room in the park, the green area, although I'm grateful for wherever we get dedicated pickleball courts. I think it's going to run into a problem where it needs to expand. There's no room to expand, but everyone else has brought up the good points that I won't rehash, but I want to go on the record as saying that's not the place. And
Okay.
I'm well aware of the need, although I might add that the people in Key Largo aren't as in need as the lower Keys.
No, it's very true.
I mean, most of those people are going to live in Homestead because it's cheaper anyhow. So, thank you.
Hey, Rick, I apologize for not noticing you were here and saying hi.
Is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, at this time, it is now what, 10?
Do we need to take
10:40. What?
Do we need to take action on any of these?
I don't know. Do we want to take action now?
Yes.
D3, 4, 1, 5, and 6. We've covered all of them?
Actually, we weren't doing I-5 because that was approved in bulk, so it would be D3, D4, I-1, and I-6.
And I-6. Okay, do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion, but first I have a little thing to say.
Okay.
Many of us have lived here for many years. I've lived here 45 years. The Keys have changed dramatically in that 45 years.
God, yes.
And it will change dramatically in the next 45 years in spite of what we might want. Fortunately, many of us won't be here to see it because we'll be dead. It's about the only way we ever accept change is kick off the old folks and do what the younger folks say. The truth is, I'm a property owner just like you are, so I understand your issues, I believe. And it's not just affordable housing that we don't want to see. When we have an empty lot somewhere near our home, we kind of live with a little bit of a cloud over us, with a bit of fear about what the hell may go there one day. Whether it's affordable housing or non-affordable housing, our preference is that nothing change. Well, I'm here to tell you, I recognize that human condition because I feel the same way. But this county has a need for affordable housing. It is our number one priority. We only have so many places to put it. And I'm going to make a motion for approval.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please, Pam.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Crothers?
Yes.
Commissioner Coldiron?
Yes.
Commissioner Coolidge?
Yes.
Commissioner Rice?
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Yes. Motion passes unanimously.
Now we're breaking.
Now we are going to take a break, 10 minutes.
And if you do, you stay upset all the time because you can't please everybody.
Mr. Coolidge? Commissioner Coolidge? Commissioner Coolidge? You look worried, Danny. Uh-oh.
You ready?
We're ready.
Okay, the next item is on page 11, item L1, Commissioner Coldiron, and we do have a public speaker. Discussion and direction regarding future use of the Big Pine Key Road Prison property and communications between the county and state regarding its lease.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just wanted to put something on the agenda. I know that there's always discussion on what can we do with that piece of property, and the lease was about to expire. And I know that I have, and I'm sure the rest of you all have maybe have had conversations with the College of the Florida Keys on their vision for that site as well. So I thought it just would be nice if we could have a little discussion and see if there's any way for the county commissioners to agree to ask staff to work in collaboration with the college on a vision for that property.
Who has the lease at the moment?
Currently, we do, and it's about to expire, and...
We have the lease on that prison property?
Yes.
Yes,
Oh.
we do.
For hurricane
Hurricane
debris uses.
Oh,
Runs through
only for debris.
for hurricane recovery operations. And it runs through October, and we've just recently asked them for an extension of that, and they have written us back and said we can have a 6-month extension.
Okay.
Thank you. And I know people in that community are always asking, what are we going to do with that property? I know that the boys
What can
and...
we do with it if it's strictly for hurricane recovery?
Well,
type
that's
thing?
what the lease is for right now, but that property, Kevin, stay up there, or somebody who understands this better than me. It isn't owned by us, and people from the state they're up higher in the
It's owned by
picking
the
list.
DEP lands, and when they have a process for disposal of land, which has a hierarchy of people who can ask for it, and other state agencies are first. Apparently, the colleges are in the list.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's all right. I was trying to keep it moving. I was going to be close.
Oh, hi, Frank. How are you?
How are you doing? Is this a good time? I'm
Yeah, that's the subject we're on, Frank.
The speaker assigned to talk. Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Dr. Frank Wood, and I'm here representing Dr. Guevara and on behalf of the College of the Florida Keys to say a few words about our intentions for the now closed Big Pine Road Prison. The College of the Florida Keys will continue its quest to be one of the unifying forces in our community. You recently learned of a $16 million federal grant that will allow the college to build a new state-of-the-art facility in the Upper Keys. This center will be used not only for our educational purposes, but will also be home to some of our partners who also work to make this a sustainable and world-class community. Our record of collaboration is well documented through our relationships with the county and other municipalities, the school system, and many for-profit and nonprofit entities. With the closure of the Big Pine Key Prison, the college saw another opportunity to further unify our community and to provide assets that will have significant positive benefits for the entire county. A little background on the question you were just asking. Chapter 253.0341 of the Florida statute, which deals with the surplus state lands, this is what it says. Before a building or parcel of land is offered for sale or lease to a local or federal unit of government or a private party, it should first be offered for a lease to state agencies, state universities, and Florida college system institutions, with priority consideration given to state universities and Florida college institutions. Within 60 days of the offer of lease of a surplus building or parcel, a state university or Florida college system institution that requests the lease must submit a plan for review and approval by the Board of Trustees of the Internal Improvement Trust Fund regarding the intended use, including the future use, of the building or parcel of land before approval of a lease. That was a mouthful. Now, although the statute gives the College of the Florida Keys priority for the use, it's the college position that the now closed prison represents an important community asset that must be developed in conjunction with the county and in a manner that adds value to the quality of life for the residents in around Big Pine Key and the county.
Okay.
Among our early considerations for the parcel are a small sporting complex, areas that could be used for CDL training, motor vehicular tactical training for the Institute of Public Safety, a substation for the sheriff, space for the Boys and Girls Club, and a space for the county to offer services to the residents as needed. Every design will allow sufficient open space that can be used for temporary storage of debris in the event of a natural disaster. Now, all considerations are very preliminary, and before any plans are finalized, stakeholders in all around the county, and especially in those communities closest to the site, will be included in the consultations. In closing, the college looks forward to continuing its mission to remain the College of the Florida Keys and being our community's college. Thank you.
Well, let me say, I think that's a step above previous Commissioner Nugent's idea of growing legal marijuana on it.
But his might be more profitable.
More financially sound for us. I wasn't aware of that idea.
Thank you.
I just thought this was a good opportunity for us to hear what the college was planning, and that they would like to work in collaboration with the county and with the people near the area to make sure that we make it something that is a plus for everyone.
So they would acquire the lease.
Yes.
From this point on.
Eventually.
If they so desire. Right now, we have the lease. Kevin, did we get that approved for an additional 6 months?
Yes, ma'am, they indicated they would. I haven't seen any paperwork for it, but maybe I should do this. Yes, they responded by email saying they would give us a 6-month extension. I've not seen an extension document that we have to bring to you for approval, but we'll be pursuing that.
And the college isn't prepared today to file any paperwork wanting to use that property right now. So
I'm assuming we're not going to run afoul of what Dr. Wood.
Our goal is to start the discussion.
Okay, and so I just kind of wanted the commissioners here to give a head nod to ask staff to work with, yes.
Yeah, I think Christine needs to pipe in here because, as you know, Big Pine has its special
HCP, Habitat Conservation Plan.
Right, so Christine, you want to tell us what we need to do here?
Yeah, what really needs to happen is some entity, if the college is taking the lead, then maybe they can do a schematic type of site plan and then come in and meet with planning and environmental, because I do not think the current zoning allows this type of a mixed-use development, and we would need to work through comp plan amendments and things like that to achieve such a incredibly wonderful idea.
If I may, I know a lot of people have looked at that parcel too as potential affordable housing, workforce housing, and we can't do it specifically because it's Big Pine and we just don't. We don't have the ability to add more bodies to Big Pine. But I would like to request that if the college goes ahead with this, you preserve space for our senior citizens, because every time I go to the OAAB board, I hear that they don't have any place to meet. And even if when they do have a place to meet, they don't have a place to park to get to the meeting. So let's make sure that we take into account all of the concerns of the community.
Thank you.
Good enough.
Okay, that's
That
it. Thank you.
You have your marching orders, Christine?
I'll be waiting on them to submit something.
Okay.
Next item is on page 7, item D5, presentation on status of Hurricane Irma marine debris removal from canals in unincorporated Monroe County, City of Marathon, and Village of Islamorada.
Good morning.
Good morning, Rhonda.
Just real quick, we have some good news. I just wanted to announce I haven't been up here in a while. So we're continuing our marine debris removal program. We've already cleared the 172 canals previously approved. Right now, we're in the middle of dredging, which is removing sediment. Those are photos from the Marathon Canal. We've NRCS approved 10 canals for sediment removal. 5 were in Big Pine, and we're currently working on those. 2 in Islamorada and 3 in Marathon. And the ones in Islamorada and Marathon are done, and we're right now working on Big Pine Key. Going very well. And here's some photos in Big Pine. So in Big Pine, we're doing it by hydraulic removal and mechanical. This is the particular canal I was visiting where they were doing the hydraulic removal. That's Arbor is here. They're subbing to Adventure for this work on Big Pine Key. See the divers going in. They go in with the big hose. They suck up the muck on the bottom, transfer it to that metal container there. The sediment falls to the bottom, and it also, the stuff floating on top is then transferred to that bio bags on the end where it then is further filtered. So then at the end, the sediment is taken out, and most of it is being taken to the Marathon Golf Course, which is saving us a lot of money on the disposal. So very good projects, going very well. That typical work will be done next month. And then the big news today is we got, last week we got 76 more canals approved for marine debris removal. We had applied for 224. 76 were approved, so we're thrilled to death. So all of those people out there who are complaining they haven't had their canal cleared yet, we're coming back. And some of those pictures there, you see that's really big debris. Those are some of the debris that was left. So what happened when we did the first go-around, when we did the underwater sonar, a lot of the debris was covered up under sediment, and it didn't show up on the sonar reports. So when Adventure Environmental did it a second time, they added underwater cameras and were able to pick up a lot more debris that we were able to document when we submitted to NRCS for approval. So that's why we got these 76. I'm hoping maybe to get some more of those other 224, but we got to get the 76 underway first. Heavily focused in the lower keys, 17 there in the lower keys, another 20 there in Cudjoe and Summerland and Little Torch. 2 in Big Pine. Sounds like nothing, but that's because Big Pine already had so many cleaned already. There wasn't a lot left there. 17 more in Conch, Tavernier, and Key Largo. So a big push up in the northern keys. Islamorada has 7 more, and Marathon has, was that 13? So really good news there. We're underway with a grant extension. So our current grant ends next month, August 18th. So we already put the request in for the extension. We're hoping to get it extended to the end of the year to allow us to complete these 76 canals. So really, really good news. We're thrilled to death. Just a quick update on the metrics. So we've already cleared the 100% of the ones we were approved. We're halfway through the dredging. Budget, we spent about $24 million out of the 45. We're requesting that time extension. We're going to leave a little bit of money on the table. So out of that money you see there, the additional 76 canals and maybe the 5 sediment, Islamorada applied for some additional dredging. We're figuring that might cost 6, maybe a little more. So we're going to leave a little bit of money on the table as of right now unless we're able to get some more canals approved. But this is right now where it's looking. So we spent a good chunk of the money, like I said. So that's kind of the summary of where we stand today. And that's just an estimated, we're waiting for Islamorada's. And then on the payments, I'll just quickly get into the payments. So we've had real good luck on that pink column to the right. We get reimbursed on a monthly basis from NRCS. Make our payments to Adventure is the sole contractor doing the work, and to Wood, the monitoring firm, and it's going well so far. A little bit of money we're still holding on to Wood. We haven't paid them. It's now, we still have $100,000 on hold from last August, September, October, November. They're starting to get through it, but there's still quite a bit of payments left to be made there. So it's kind of a quick update.
Yeah, whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the 103,000 on the bottom?
Yeah, that's currently for last August, September, October, November, and December. That's the amount on
Of 2018?
Yeah, a year ago.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is Cynthia still in the room? Cynthia Hall?
She's
If not.
around.
Because Cynthia, at the last discussion we had here, was going to, there she is. First time she leaves the room and this happens. Cynthia, is this the same amount of money that you and I talked about the last time we talked, that
103.
that you were going to try to negotiate to get them paid? This is ridiculous.
I'm going to give you the typical lawyer answer, yes and no. It is the same, assuming that what we're talking here is, this is the
from last year.
Durable equipment charge. Okay, as compared to the more than 7.5% charge. Okay, so the only thing I was asked to look into was a $75 a day per person charge for durable equipment.
Whatever.
At the time that you and I spoke, the dollar figure was lower than that.
It was.
And Rhonda is saying that dollar figure, 103,701, includes some other things. But the dollar figure has undoubtedly risen because we have more months, more invoices since last time you and I spoke. And then I think your real question is...
And they're all being turned down?
Say what?
And they're all being turned down?
Not being turned down needs to be resolved, basically.
Well, yeah, but how many years does this take?
So, yeah, your real question to me is, where do you stand in terms of resolving
My
that?
real question is, where the hell's the money?
I don't know. I don't know how to interpret that question. I don't have them. If your question is, where do we stand in terms of resolving this thing? The answer is, I'm working on it. I'm going through the invoices. Candidly, I have not made as much headway as I would have liked, just because I'm so incredibly busy on a whole lot of other things. However, I literally have the copies of their invoices back in the conference room back here, and I'm going through them, and I hope to get an email off to Wood later today. So I'm still trying to work through the dollar figure. The dollar figure is not going to be all of that.
No, I understand
but on that
There's
issue,
other
that's
things
where
there.
that stands.
Yeah. But the thing in question, the part of it in question that you're working on is the $75 a day.
$75 a day per monitor for durable equipment.
Okay. And have we figured out along the way how we're going to watch these contracts a little closer so that this doesn't happen again?
Yeah, I can tell you from my point of view, I just simply will not approve a contract that has language like that in there. I think we all realize now, because simultaneously we always have language in our contracts that says, among other things, we require our vendors to show invoices to back up what it is that they allege that they had to buy or had to rent in order to use a piece of equipment. And certainly there is language that is required either by statute or by federal super circular regulations that says, among other things, if it's a large dollar figure item, we should own it at the end. In this particular situation, I think what we all realized as we got into it was there is no, Wood has admitted, it has no invoices, it has no documents that it can produce to show that it rented or bought this equipment. Also, much of the equipment on the list doesn't even qualify as durable equipment. Things like they had boots on their list. It was intended to cover things like hardware, like iPads, cameras, things like that.
If that's the case, it'll never be resolved.
So
well, it needs to be resolved one way or the other.
Well, yeah.
Agreed, Mayor. Absolutely
Well,
agree.
Let's move
And
on.
I apologize for the delay. She does keep me busy.
Very good.
But we will try and resolve it. But to go to your last point, I think we all realize now that there is no way that Wood could have produced the documentation to substantiate the expenditure. And so we should not include charges like that in future contracts.
Okay.
Could I? I'd like to say something. I see this as a very minor point in what has been a project that has been unbelievable. This has been and still remains a huge project that's important to this county. And I want to commend Rhonda and legal staff and everybody who's been involved.
Everybody working on it.
We don't hear much about this project, except that every time Rhonda comes and tells us where we are, we're within budget, we're within time frame, and it just kind of quietly happens, and it's huge. And I, for one, really appreciate that.
Yeah, I do too.
I second those comments.
Well, good, you can keep your job for the next 6 months, Rhonda.
She may not want it.
6
that
months,
long.
I hope it's
That's
longer.
true.
That's it. Thank you. That's it.
Mayor, the next item is item Q1 on page 17. It's a sounding board presentation by the Canal Stewards for private management of Canal number 266 and a proposal for a sustainable means of private stewardship. And this was requested by James Sutcliffe. He is not here, and we had a public speaker sign up for this item. So I wasn't sure if you'd want the public speaker to speak on this or...
Bob, what
what's the
are we
deal?
going to do with these?
Well, your rules for sounding board give a member of the public an opportunity to put it on the agenda and give people to speak in response to that. So I'm reading your rules to mean that the person who put the item on gets to go first, and if he doesn't show, nothing comes on.
That's it.
So if you want to accommodate the speaker, you can, but
That's a what? Okay.
Yeah, we know what you're going to say anyhow. You
Yeah.
said it before.
Yes, okay.
right.
He
So
used to say the opposite of Mr. Sullivan.
yeah. So we got that. That message has been conveyed. Thank you. Next item.
Okay.
Next item is the time approximate of 10:30, airports update.
Oh, we're only about an hour behind.
I know, that's
Yeah,
pretty
we're
good.
catching up a little.
Good morning, Commission. Exciting to be here this morning. Have a very exciting update that was originally first requested by Commissioner Carruthers a couple meetings back, and we were going over some airport items and a lot of things that were going on. So we've put this package together in order to show to you and give you a good update of what's going on at Key West International Airport. And the good news is Key West will have service to 12 destinations in the upcoming peak season. New York, LaGuardia, and Philadelphia are the newest destinations we'll have service to. The service is nonstop. With the addition of American's announced New York service, airlines have announced 7 new markets since the first quarter of 2017. And just in 2019 alone, we had Dallas, Chicago, Philly, and LaGuardia. The first LaGuardia there is by Delta. The second one was by American. The airlines have scheduled 21.9% more capacity for the first quarter of 2020 versus the first quarter of 2019. American accounts for most of that capacity change, and most of the capacity change is coming from this. American's going to be upgrading the Key West Dallas service to a 128-seat Airbus A319 aircraft in December. Currently, they fly that route with the Embraer 175 aircraft, which is only 76 seats. And that service is daily.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
You mean that big Airbus can land on that runway?
Yes, it can. That Airbus A319 is roughly the same size as the 737-700.
Yeah.
And the landing on the runway has never, ever been the airfield issue. It's the takeoff. The good thing is the 737-700... Hey, it was an honest answer. I understand how funny it sounded, but it was an honest answer. Both the 737-700 model that operates there from Delta and that particular A319 model, Both have high-performance packages built into the engine systems on those aircraft, which is how they're able to get off that airfield, fully loaded with no weight restrictions.
Yeah, they can make it 4 times out of 5.
Thank you, because I've been flying a lot lately, and it's comforting to hear that. But that Embraer seems to me like that's a perfect plane for the Key Western Airport.
The Embraer is the perfect plane for Key West. We're going to get to that slide here in just a moment. You'll see that.
Okay.
So New York and Newark, Washington and Baltimore, Philadelphia, South Florida, and Chicago are the 5 largest domestic markets that tend to have the passengers traveling per day each way. March of 2019, we set the all-time record for traffic in a month with 110,000 total passengers using the airport. You can see each of the prior years there indicated for each of our top months, which is January through May. And this coming March, we will surpass that particular number and set a new all-time record high. January through May, traffic is up 33.5% over the 5-year period versus 2015. We're 16.7% up over just the 2-year period, and 2017 to 2018 up 13.4%. So the total figure of the 461,805 on the blue for 2019, that was your total in planed passengers that went through, which was an all-time high for the year. In the 2-year period from 2016 through 2018, traffic increased 17.3% to an all-time high, and that's total passengers, not just emplaned, of 870,237 for 2018. We expect to be on pace this calendar year to break 1 million, is where we're on pace for right now. So the airlines have scheduled right now for the summer 11.4% more seats into Key West versus the summer of 2018, and that's June, July, and August. When you look at the fourth quarter 2019 capacity, it'll rise 1,517 seats per day each way, or a 16% increase versus fourth quarter 2018. And the biggest increase is coming in first quarter of 2020. Capacity will increase 2,200 seats per day each way, or an increase of 21.9% versus the first quarter of 2019. So the story is positive, and if we look at some of the dynamics, I get asked every once in a while, why did this all happen? Where did some of this come from? A lot of it is the range of aircraft, and a lot of it is actually what Commissioner Coolidge brought up. It's that new aircraft type. When you look back in 2015 and you look at where Silver was with their small little Saabs, and you look at the fact that U.S. Airways and American had not merged as of yet, and you look at the type of aircraft that a Delta was using and also American, United had not even entered the market here, and you get to the slide here that shows those types of aircraft, the Embraer 145, which is a horrible aircraft, not to mention its performance is really bad, both in range and economics, is now gone. The Saab 340B is phasing out to be the ATR 42. The CRJ 700 and its lovely brother, the CRJ 200, are phasing out. The performance of those aircraft is not good. The engines are runway hogs trying to get up in the air. So the airlines used to take a lot of seat penalties on those aircrafts. And now that Embraer 175 is really growing to where it's increased and taken up 86.9% of your seat capacity there. For those of you who have flown the aircraft, it's the one that's 2x2 in nature. It's a very comfortable aircraft. You can walk down the center aisle without ducking or anything. It's a very nice aircraft, and its performance, both economically and the performance on the airfield, is much better, including the range of the aircraft, which is how they're getting to Philly, how they're getting to New York, and it's opening up wonderful markets for the visitors that are coming into Key West. And as Roman would say, they're coming without their cars. So how are we handling this, and what are we doing to handle the increases? Because we've all seen how crowded baggage claim can get, how crowded the outbound hold rooms can be. We're doing the baggage conveyor system upgrade. This will allow us to upgrade with GNS conveyor the baggage system. We've already met with the TSA over the second EDS machine, and we'll be able to process then double the amount of bags that we can now. Currently, the processing of bags leads us to stack bags, sometimes 400 bags deep, while the conveyors are jamming and everything else. It just wasn't designed to handle that load. So the upgrade's going to be great. It's going to help that out, and we won't have missed bags. The departures hall renovations, both the restrooms and the new pet relief station, that will proceed forward this year as well. That's got a terminal expansion, 55 to 60 seats, the new pet relief area, the women's restroom, and yes, my grandmother's still alive at 97. I got a mom, I got girls. The women's restroom that is there now is awful. It's really horrible. It's not what it should be. So this will clean that all up and more than triple the size of the women's restroom. We'll put in a new family restroom, a renovated men's restroom, and then we will also be putting in the new drinking fountains where your bottle can be filled, your water bottle can be filled from the drinking fountain itself. And that's a very popular item as time moves forward in aviation. There's what an exterior image will look like at the airport once the project is complete. We've already done the curbing out front with the Topinos when we did the other improvement project to the roadway at the airport. Another project we're working on now is the rehabilitation of Taxiway A. The full project scope for that is out. We should go to construction in that first quarter of 2020. And the new access road, so this is for the fuel truck that brings all the Jet A fuel and everything over to the airport. This prevents it now from going in front of the terminal where we really don't want a huge fuel truck going. So we'll put in the new configured roadway. We'll also put in the new fuel delivery station, which we're working on with Signature Flight Support. And then airport maintenance storage facility. Currently, airport maintenance equipment is kind of tucked in 26 different areas all over the airport. Some of it gets wet, some of it sits out in the sun. This will clean that all up so that the life expectancy of the equipment can actually get realized instead of it sitting in water and mud and the sunlight outside. Customs and Border Protection. This will improve the facilities, bring CBP up to the federal standard for all of their interior space. We'll relocate CBP and security and badging staff into the temporary modular out in front, and we'll do a new Sallyport gate to enhance security at Gate 1 and allow CBP direct access onto the airfield at that location. Short-term improvements, we're looking at right now the environmental assessment for overflow aircraft parking ramp, the taxiway A extension, and also the commercial apron expansion. So these are in an EA right now. We expect to finish that EA by next April, and then we'll submit that to the FAA for their review. But the commercial apron layout plan is, I know, some of what you heard your wonderful county administrator talk on the radio one morning about the new Concourse A, and no, he really did talk on the radio station about it.
That's the wonderful part that we were...
Yeah. The Concourse A that's depicted there, the jet bridges that are depicted there, and the redo of the apron layout, that is a project that we're working on through the programmatic design document in order to get to a 15 to 20% level of design and better understand what that project is, what it needs to be. We're also working with our airline partners and the FAA on the project, and I will be providing you folks with updates as we go through that process on the program. That is today's update. If you're wondering how much money we're spending in the next 2 years on all this, it's about $21.8 million. That is all FAA funds in some way, shape, or form, PFC funds, or FDOT. Airports is putting in it from its own money, from the enterprise fund, about $2.4 million to go with that $21.8 million.
Mayor?
Very good. Yes, go ahead.
I got a couple of questions. Well, one question and then another sort of comment. Does any of the expansion that we're doing trigger the additional public art requirement?
Public art will be included in the project.
A new public art? I mean, I know we have
Additional public art
Okay.
will be included, and we greatly enjoy working with the Public Arts Commission on that.
Okay.
And let me
And then-
ask something. Just a suggestion. The first slide you showed, not the first one, but the outside of the exterior of this new improved whatever shows two. There you go. There you go. See the green up there? Wouldn't that be pretty if that were painted with, I don't know, a marine scene or whatever?
No.
Why? Oh, come on.
We need to build a nest for the bird that we've got out there.
Oh, my God. I
Okay,
think I hit a sore spot right there.
No.
But really, that green would make a perfect easel, a perfect canvas for the art.
Why don't you just consider that as a suggestion?
That's it.
Go on.
I'm
That was
considering
it, a
that.
suggestion. I can't draw a straight line.
I have just another general comment, and it's not really specific only to the airport, but here's my question. Everybody's complaining about the cars on the road. We see an airport that's going to have 1 million visitors, 1 million passengers this year. Where are these people going when we have, except for 100 new transient units in Marathon, we don't have additional hotel rooms? Well, they're going to vacation rentals, legal or illegal.
Right.
And my concern continues to be what that impact of this has on our workforce and the people who live here all the time, taking housing stock out of our community, and whether or not we, our little chain of islands has the capacity to address these. And I know you've talked about this before, administrator, wonderful administrator. But I do think that at some point we need to take a look at this. And if you build it, they will come, and we keep building it, and they keep coming. And they're coming and even staying in places we didn't build for them. So what are we going to start to do about this? And obviously our hands are tied to some extent by the state, where I think we need to continue to push on the legislature to allow us to, be the masters of our own destiny here. But I just wonder if you wanted to.
Well, I don't know. Actually, that's a big conversation.
It is a big
You know,
conversation.
and
okay.
right now, the restrooms and what we're providing in the passenger experience is not good. We have right?
No, I completely agree with you. Also, we need new flooring in the downstairs
Right. Well, that's all
concession.
part of it too. So, if we want to tell the airlines don't bring any more new
Roman,
airplanes and stop, I don't know why this is not
I
working.
don't know. Is that yours?
It's not working well. You guys hear me all right? This thing looks different.
Maybe you're just a little too close or something.
Is I too close? How about that?
No, you're not close
No.
enough.
How about this one?
There-
Is that
there
better?
you go.
Yeah, that's
That's
better.
All right.
That's good, Roman.
Jathan, all this money we've been giving you, this is what you do for us? So, that's a big
It
question.
is.
That's a big discussion. If we want to tell the airlines, don't bring in these new groovy planes and all this efficient stuff, and we won't want you to come in, then you're going to have to tell us to say that. But right now, we're...
Oh, no.
I don't know that that's what we'd want to say, but,
Right.
but what we want to do this because we don't want people on the roads, and it's
Exactly.
not. We're not offsetting. We're just adding.
Can
Well,
I make a
but-
comment here?
Yeah. No. Can Heather finish what she's saying?
Well, this is in response to what Heather's already said, because I'd like it to be a discussion, not just
there was
an
something.
opportunity to state something. And I had a question while you were talking, and it's a legitimate question. We really don't know where these people are going. We wish we did. I guess we could design some social observation studies and have some interview opportunities at the airport and sample a significant proportion of the people and maybe get an idea. That might be worth considering down the road. TDC might even be interested in that. But I wonder if we have a group of people who are flying in now who used to drive in, but it's become such a painful process to drive the length of the Keys to go to vacation in Key West, where a car is like having a wart on your nose because you don't need it, number one, in Key West. Number two, it's very expensive to park it. I wonder if we're seeing some of this increase in numbers of people who have been here before and they decide they want to fly directly in. And there is no way to answer that today, but wouldn't it be interesting if we could?
We
it would
kind of
be
do.
interesting, but that doesn't, my point is that while that's true, we're still complaining about more roads, more cars on the road.
Mhm.
So
We're going to talk about that later.
Because the TDC, don't they give us numbers? And
Yes,
they'll
they
even
do.
tell us how many are driving in compared to how many are flying in. So that can sort of be ascertained. And I'm going to jump on what you're saying, Commissioner Crothers, and I feel like you all are almost stealing my thunder for my vision for a couple of months meeting from now on, where I want to roll out with Kimberly a Passport to Paradise project where that somebody emailed me, where we are looking at what quality of tourists we bring in and have those discussions with stakeholders on when's enough. But that really doesn't have anything to do with what the airport is trying to present to us today.
Yeah.
But that is a discussion I would love to have.
Well, and I just think that it's a discussion that,
Yes.
that we need to have. And I can tell you, my neighborhood, there are 3 homes on my block that within the last year have been sold, and they are now all operating as vacation rentals. They never did before. They were long-term rentals for people who lived there. And that's what's happening.
That's reality.
And that's what the reality is.
Yeah, Commissioner,
And go ahead.
if you want that to change, you have to elect different people to the
To
legislature.
the state legislature, I am completely aware of that.
Yeah.
And one other comment about the airport, though, and I said this to you, we still need to get airfare to be less expensive when Key West is the originating place. I just say that as, in a family of 4, how much more expensive it is if we fly out of Key West than if we fly out of Miami. And so that's why we drive to Miami.
I don't think, somebody correct me if I'm wrong here, but I don't think that the county can control
No, we can't. We can't.
price of tickets and/or who they bring and how many they bring and all the rest of it.
I was happy to see that you have boarding bridges in the blueprint, because that's always been a concern of mine, is coming off those planes and you're in vacation mode and you're having a good time and you don't realize you're now out on a runway and there's people moving. So I'm glad to see that in those blueprints you have boarding bridges.
Well,
See, I
thank
have
you for the
mixed
comment.
feelings about that, because I like getting off the plane and getting smacked in the face with that
That
humidity.
humidity?
That says, I am in the tropics. I am on vacation.
I just worry about the person who's had 2 Bloody Marys on the flight and are in their flip-flops.
Well, let me address that, because we talked about that. Can you address that? Because it's not because we want to do it. It's because that's the only way we can move all these passengers. So
The safe movement of all those passengers, and I have to side with Commissioner Coldiron's comments a little bit. The concern is we don't want the safety incident to happen on the ramp. We really don't. And eventually it will if you keep moving that many people across. So this is the safer, more efficient way to move people, and that's why we're heading towards it. But I do understand, Commissioner Carruthers, your comment. I totally get it.
And I have challenged Richard to make them clear.
Is the next one
They
the
are clear jetways in this
so. I
world.
don't know if we have
So they can clear, so at least you can get some sun. They'll still be air conditioned, but they'll be clear.
I
Right?
don't want them air conditioned.
Nobody told me about that
Open
till 20
breezeway
minutes
like in
ago.
Hawaii.
That's right.
I had no damn idea we were going anywhere, so forget it.
Don't waste time throwing a fit.
Thank
I'm
you.
not, but don't waste time pushing me either. I have no reason to push. 'Cause I didn't
What
know
time
we
are
were
we
going.
supposed to be at the noon event? I do not want.
Yes, since no one told the mayor
I
we
do
were
not
even
want
having
50
one.
people standing out in the sun.
That's like asking me what color is George Washington's white horse?
Yes,
Okay.
that one.
Yeah.
You heard what you just said, right?
Well, what I'm concerned about is that we do have a group of people who are going to be standing out in the sun. This is not like
Okay. So
They have no tent?
A nice thing. I don't know what they have.
There's tents.
Do they have
You
food?
didn't know they were having the event.
That's
I don't know
right.
if they have tents. So.
Do they have food?
Who knows?
Oh, come on.
Well, the bus is outside if you guys want to.
It's my lunch hour.
Are we done with Richard?
Well, I don't know. Are we done with Richard?
We have one more presentation for the airport.
We'd like
We-
to, but
we're
do we
here.
have time for that?
He's
and make
pointing over
our-
there. Who,
Yes.
Richard?
To Mr. Hiller?
The reason I'm really curious about that is one of those people who's standing out in the sun is my wife, and I'm going to have hell to pay.
I'm going to go stand beside her.
Okay, let's get one.
Now, okay, Richard, what are you trying to say to me?
Is that a quick?
There's somebody over there.
I think
That needs-
between Commissioner Rice, myself, and Marty Hiller, we can make this presentation good and quick.
Okay, Marty Hiller. Oh, that's him. Okay.
We actually had 3 time certains before the lunch break, so we'll have to address the other 2 after this. So this item is item S1 on page 17.
That's an easy one.
Yes,
Okay.
approval of 10th Amendment to the Marathon Fixed Base Operator Agreement with Grant Air Services, Inc., doing business as Marathon Jet Center,
Right.
to lease a parcel of land at the Florida Keys Marathon International Airport for the FBO
Uh-huh.
to relocate the existing fuel farm and to erect 2 new 6-unit hangar buildings for small and mid-sized aircraft.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
I
Do
did
I
not-
hear
who
any
was the
no
second?
votes? What?
Who was the second? I'm sorry.
Me.
Danny. Motion passes.
Okay, however, Marty came here from afar to
Yes.
give us just a brief
Can you move
introduction
that one in? It's
about
hitting the
new
light.
plans for the
Thank you.
airport.
Ah,
So,
there's the
Marty?
lights off. Good. That works.
Okay,
Mayor.
but David, just calm yourself.
Yeah,
What
thank
is what is the last of the time certains?
Okay, we had a sounding board that was supposed to have been at 11, and Commissioner Rice's discussion about
Mine
transportation
can wait
coordinating.
until
Yeah,
after lunch, and I'm
Okay.
going,
yes, sir.
Okay.
we can't do all these before lunch.
I understand.
I'll
Would
be
you
very
like
brief.
to run the meeting?
I think so.
Fine.
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you very
Have
much
at it.
for allowing me to address you. Real briefly, I'm the owner of Marathon Jet Center, and RFBO and hangar facility was knocked down by Hurricane Irma. And what we have here is a situation, I need the other slides, guys, the littler slides, those right there, Wes. We have we're adjoining a parcel where the fuel farm was in the middle of our ramp. And the concern we have, quite simply, is that we need to move it because we have, let me show you right there. So what we have is, this is to the west.
Someone give him a microphone, please.
Where's that one that was here?
They took it.
Okay. So real briefly, this facility is destroyed. That's what we lost in the hurricane.
Okay.
We repaired our other facility, which is really destined toward the local community first. This is the fuel farm in question that is going to be moved to this parcel here, and then we're going to add some local hangars for the local piston pilots. That's no more than that, but we wanted to show you what we're replacing that with, which is this Key West style FBO.
Oh.
Which is,
You're
we're real excited about it. Let's don't introduce. So this is level 1 and 2. The upper floor overlooks the runway, and if you can see on this, right? Oops. This is why my wife doesn't let me go out much. This becomes all of this heavy landscaping. We've worked with the local county. They've been wonderful to work with on getting all native plants in there. We've had a consultant, Barbara Mitchell, that's been really helpful in this process.
She's good, yes.
And so the hangar now faces to the north, where in the other way, it faced this way.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that we had heard is jets would be here and the noise would be heading toward the neighborhoods. So now the jets are blocked by the building, and then we have the FBO. So it's nothing more than that. I appreciate the opportunity to come address you. We're really excited. We break ground in 2 weeks. We have one issue.
Caretaker?
Yes, absolutely. There might be adult beverages there. And then I think it's a gateway to the community. The one thing the Marathon Airport does is it's a completely different aviation client that comes here. And, and I think it's a gateway, and we're proud to be part of it. And we're proud that when people will come to our operation, they'll feel that they're in the Keys. So
Yeah,
thank you very
I think
much.
there's no doubt about that. And before you put that thing down, introduce yourself again.
Oh, I'm sorry, Marty Hiller. I'm the owner of
Marty?
Marathon Jet Center.
Marty, how long have you owned that?
4 years, but I had been partners with Bill forever.
Oh,
that's
okay.
Yeah,
Well, I
and-
wondered I didn't want to ask what happened to Bill.
Yeah, and I have a long history in aviation, almost 35 years.
So he's still a part of it?
He's
more or
still,
less?
yes, when I talked to him the other day. So yes, he's very much a dear friend.
Would you please tell Mayor Murphy says hello?
I sure will. He's a charming, he and Dee are enjoying a lot of time in East Texas.
Whoa.
Thank you for being a good neighbor to the city of Marathon as well.
Well, thank you very much. We're very glad to be part of it. Thank
Okay,
you.
Very good. And you're right, you were quick.
Thank you,
happy?
Marty. It is, I think, a remarkable project.
Yes.
Mayor, did you want to try to get through the sounding board item before
No,
lunch?
I'd rather, is he here?
Yeah, and we have 2 public speakers for that
Okay.
item as well.
Oh, Lord. What, along with that sounding board?
Yes, ma'am.
How many minutes?
Huh? It's 10 minutes. The problem is, we've got the 10 minutes for the sounding board, but not for speakers beyond that.
You going to use your full 10 minutes?
Well, we got to decide.
He said
one
he
way or
would
the
use
other,
his
yes
full
or no?
10 minutes, so that wouldn't leave time for your public
No.
speakers.
I think it's better now.
What? No. Could you come back after lunch? You could? Okay. Because you were on there for a time certain. We have just run out of time. Okay. What time are we coming back, Bob?
You have set to resume at 1:30 with the public hearing, so we can do this gentleman, the public hearings, and then the closed session after that.
Okay.
And-
Okay.
oh,
1:30?
And I'm
1:30,
told
okay?
that you're having lunch here when we get back?
We what?
We will have lunch here for you when you get back from the groundbreaking ceremony. We have Cubans coming in.
We're going to talk about
sure.
that.
We have Cubans coming in?
They're coming ashore when we get back.
Which I put?
Sounding board.
Okay, we're going to start a little bit early with the sounding board.
Yes, ma'am. That would be,
Item.
go ahead. That would be item Q2 on page 17. Request to speak to the Board of County Commissioners by Robert Betancourt in regards to the seaweed invasion issue in the Tavernier Ocean Shore community, and we do have 2 public speakers.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Betancourt. As you will soon find out, I'm not a public speaker. And I'm here today because we have a big problem. We have an unwanted neighbor in our backyard. It's called seaweed. This is the neighborhood where I live. It's called Tavernier Ocean Shore. There is about 42 residents. We have a front canal and a back canal. The only open area now to the open ocean is on the southwest side, the left side. The southeast side is basically blocked. It's a dead end. So water doesn't circulate. And seaweed gets trapped. This picture is taken looking towards the dead-end canal. We have a dense seaweed mat from seawall to seawall that doesn't allow people to swim, to run jet skis or jet boats, and if you run a motorboat, it's going to overheat. This is another picture looking towards the open canal entrance, and it's also packed with dense seaweed mats from seawall to the existing jetty wall that we have. We recently, some of the neighbors, in a desperate position, install an air curtain. The air curtain is located on the position number 1, and basically it's keeping most of the time the back canal free from seaweed. But the seaweed now accumulates on the side and on the front entrance. As it's coming in through the open or area number 3 there, and it accumulates between 3 and 2, and also in the other side of the canal, which is the dead end. Who's affected by this unwanted neighbor? Mostly the young people and the elderly people that have suffered from asthma, like I do. The endangered species, we used to have sea turtles, hatchlings, lobster. We had all kinds of fish schools. They're gone. They're no longer there. The oxygen levels do not support any sea life in there. A real estate economy, houses are not selling. Who wants to buy a piece of paradise that smells like rotten eggs? Nobody. Houses have been selling for over 2 years, and there are no takers. The local business, the people that rent jet skis, snorkel gears, those are suffering. Who wants to dive in a dense, foul-smelling seaweed and take home a souvenir from the Florida Keys, as you know, with them an ear infection or an eye infection? If we don't do anything now, if we don't act now, the future generations are not going to enjoy paradise as we know it. These are photos of a small turtle hatchling in my backyard. Also the manatees, they're all gone. They're no longer there. We measured the amount of oxygen in the bottom of the canal, and we found that it had 4.9% dissolved oxygen saturation levels. This sea aquatic life need 42%. So there's nothing there. It's all dead now. What can we do to stop this problem? We are lucky enough we have a jetty wall that has been damaged by the hurricanes, and we can rebuild that. We're getting prices now, and that's something that the residents are trying to do on our own. Second best thing, according to the report that I read that was done about a year ago, is backfilling the canals. Our canal is 16 foot deep. I understand that nothing can grow, or oxygen levels can be survive in that deep depth. So we need to fill our canal. We also have an existing culvert that is too little, it's undersized, and it's not allowing water to flow from the back canal and out. We also have a special condition in which the end canal can be open and allow water circulation to increase in our canals. I think the solution is not only one single method, but a combination of the methods. And we can also look at, once some of these methods are done, to relocating the existing air curtain that was placed in the wrong location, and probably add another one, relocate it to the entrance of the canal, and add another one on the other entrance to avoid seaweed from coming in. By dredging the dead end, which is the red arrow, it's a small section of the canal, and it will open up and increase the water circulation into the open water. Right now, water is just stagnant with nowhere to go, and it's horrible. The oxygen levels, the smell, hydrogen sulfide is affecting a lot of the people there. Next to us is Blue Water, which has a deep canal that is open. It's open to the open waters. I'd like to thank Rhonda. She has very actively helped us in explaining all the problems, the methods and solutions, and also the costs involved. And I think she has been a tremendous help. I'd like to thank everybody here for listening to me and explaining the problems that we have. We also contacted the people involved with the water testing in the Florida Keys, and they helped us a lot, and they offered the knowledge and guidance in our water canal situation. This is actually a picture. That's how it looks. It's completely brown. Oxygen levels are 4.9%. This is a video of that reading, and I don't know if we can hear basically she's saying 4.9% at the bottom. In conclusion, what can we do? I think it has been proven that circulation, increase in circulation works. Backfilling the canals also is a radical solution that will work. And cover installations also has been proven to help. These are all green methods of restorations that do not require any fossil fuel burning, no maintenance, and it's a permanent solution to our problem. With that, I'd like to thank you, and I really appreciate your time. And hopefully this is the beginning of the communication that we need to start to see how we can solve this problem for the future generations in the Keys. Thank you so much.
I have a question. What did the last slide have to do with the seaweed?
The last slide?
The last slide was the general consensus of what type of...
Conclusions. The conclusions basically is what works and what doesn't work.
But it works not, it doesn't keep seaweed out.
Huh?
It doesn't keep seaweed out.
Well, by keeping seaweed out, we need to stop it before it comes in, which means raising the jetty.
That doesn't stop it from coming in.
No, but it will improve the water quality. The movement of water will improve the water quality.
But the seaweed will still come in.
Not if we raise, in our case, we have a jetty wall. If we fix the jetty holes that the hurricanes have opened in years past, and we fix that jetty, it will prevent the seaweed from coming in.
Oh, okay.
Now, if we move the existing air curtain to the entrance of the mouth of the canal and add another one, that will work. But an air curtain in the middle of the interior canal really doesn't.
And when you push the seaweed out, where do you think it's going?
The seaweed out, once it's out over on the other side of the jetty, here, eventually it will move out when prevailing winds are southeast.
Right.
Usually, seaweed now sits and rots until wind changes to northwest direction. So when it does, usually if it's trapped on the outside, it will move out. If it's trapped on the inside, it will settle in the canal bottom and it will decompose. Yeah. So we have a dead circulation problem, and the culvert on the back canal is the worst area. It has been made a little better by introducing the air curtain, but the air curtain really doesn't work when wind velocity is higher than 15 miles per hour, like we're having now on last weekend. The back canal, see, we went over the air barrier, and it's stuck in there. So unless somebody turns that off and wind changes, it's going to rot and produce hydrogen sulfide.
You talked about in one of your slides back when you had abundant sea life and things were good. What's changed other than the hurricane knocks some holes?
I'm a diver. I'm a certified diver, and I used to snorkel and dive around the jetty and inside the canal. After the central sewage system was installed, I saw a big improvement on sea life, and enemies were coming back. We had live rocks in the jetty. A lot of fish schools were swimming around. Lobster used to hide, and even sea turtles, the hatchlings, used to use that area as a refuge and staying there. And I used to love seeing and watching them by snorkeling in the area. Now the other day, I went out in my jet ski. The jet ski shot off because of the seaweed. I went in the water, and when I got back, I had an ear infection, which I still have. So nothing can survive in there now with such a low oxygen level.
I enjoy that answer, but it doesn't answer my question. This canal was beautiful at one time. It is not beautiful now. What physically has changed since it was beautiful?
The seaweed bloom that we had
Wait a
this
minute.
past
Seaweed
year.
didn't come in then. Why is the seaweed
Coming in now?
Maybe we should stop here because this is going to get lengthy and technical. But something has changed. It may be the holes in the jetty, but
Yes.
something has changed. And I'm also reading that we have more seaweed now than we've ever really had that we can remember coming ashore. And Rhonda, you've been involved with this. I have a feeling that you got more answers than anybody.
Aren't we experiencing right now an extraordinary sargassum bloom that's
Yes.
that's
That's
impacting
true.
the entire Caribbean? It's not just us.
Yes.
I know, yeah.
So you're exactly right. With the climate change, we're now getting more and more seaweed, and it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. And because of gentlemen like this, who, I already knew the attention, but more and more I hear from these people. So we need some kind of master plan to handle this type of problem. So I actually applied to EPA for a grant to develop a master plan to how to handle seaweed in the Keys, whether it's going to be removing it or putting skimming up or air curtains. We're going to go ahead and try to get a grant to answer that. The problem here is the jetty was damaged in Irma, and they do, and the seaweed does come over the rock wall, so that is part of the problem. I wanted to help them by putting an air curtain in. They need 2 air curtains, one on each side of that water. They put one on their own. There's an issue because it's a privately owned canal, and I'm working through our legal department on that issue to see if we can expend funds in this. And once we get to that, then we can look at a canal restoration. They do need a canal restoration. They need a backfilling. That culvert needs to be enlarged, and they need an air curtain. But we have to work through the legal issues of it being a privately owned canal, but we are heavily in that. We talked to them all lunch hour today, so we're working on that.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yeah, one of the things that we were wanted to ask you is if we can donate. I mean, the guy who owns the canal is Mr. Shaw, which was a developer in the 50s of that canal.
Mm-hmm.
His corporation is dissolved, but the canal is under the corporation's name.
Yeah.
So what are the options that we have? Can we donate it to the federal government? He's willing to donate it to the federal government, to the county if you want it. Nobody wants it. Nobody wants it.
It's like, will you take this headache I'd like to give you?
I don't want it. I want to get rid of it. He doesn't want it. Nobody wants it. So what do we do? How can we get federal funding?
Well, it sounds like we're working with you. Rhonda is your best resource, and I have a feeling we will be able to address it. It may not be as quick as you'd prefer,
No, we are trying to do something like
Yeah.
fixing the jetty ourselves, but we're gonna, obviously, we wanna need
Yeah.
the county's help.
It's an issue all over the Keys. I'm actually having a meeting here Saturday at Key Largo Government Center for canals just up the road, Canal 82, 83, and 84, right around Grouper Lane. They have the same issue. Their jetty was damaged in Irma. They want us to fix it. I'm not volunteering to fix it, but I am volunteering when we get some money to put air curtains in at their canals. So it's the same issue a lot of places. So I'm not stepping out to restore jetties. I don't know if that's a thing that the county wants to commit to, but as far as air curtains where the residents would pay for the operations and maintenance, that might be an alternative. Or skimming. That's why we want to. I also
somebody
applied.
at some point's got to fix that jetty.
Yeah, the residents are willing to do
We're
that.
working on that.
Okay.
So far, we got like 44% of the owners to say yes, I'm willing to participate
Good.
in
Well,
helping.
you're not the only community facing that I'm aware of. There's a lot of need for that, and in many places, Rhonda's been looking for money for a long time, and it has not appeared. And it may be that some communities are just going to have to put some money together to fix their rock structures that once protected them.
Yeah.
'Cause those are all
Even
private, too.
even if we can get some financial help, and then over a number of years, tax the residents
Pay it back,
to pay for it, that would be the way to do it. That way, everybody will share an equal part. Because it's hard to get people to join in. And
Could we do an MSTU? And I mean, I know I'm
Yes.
way ahead of myself,
No, you're
but
not. No, you're not. You're right on cue. That's
just a question.
This is that we have this issue in Big Pine, in the canal Big Pine that we
Yeah,
can
so
talk
at 1:30
about.
we're doing
Yeah.
our assessment. And yes, I did mention that to them, and they
Yeah.
really like the idea.
Yeah.
The problem is we have to first make sure we can expend public money in their canal. If we
Yeah.
can, then I can put
Well,
an
the
air curtain in.
MSTU, some people really like and some people really don't like.
Yep.
But
All
I
right.
haven't found an issue yet that some people don't really like and some people really,
What?
oh, we need to do something. We need to do something about it.
Okay.
And,
Okay, yeah.
better act now. Otherwise,
Yes.
I have a copy of the presentation that I would like to.
Mayor, we have two public
I
speakers
know.
on this item as well.
Call one.
Douglas Daniels, followed by Ryan Bryce.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
good presentation.
gave a great presentation. Robert, I spoke from the heart, with knowledge, thanks.
So did you want to put one of those in the record as well?
They all thought they were so getting stuff. This is a private road. This is a private so-and-so.
A little bit of a downside to that.
Hi, my name is Douglas Daniels, and they're fairly close to the orange dot. I'm like the third house from the dead-end canal to the south, I believe it is. I guess I want to reiterate, if you look at this picture, I love this picture that he's left up. We take all the prevailing winds in this particular subdivision from the southeast, attack us daily, and we're like a funnel. So what I'd like to stress is we have I know everybody has a problem, but I feel like ours is actually dramatically increased due to just the physical shape of the land we live on. So I wanted to point that out. Rhonda, I want to say nothing but great things. She has been terrific. And I just want to reiterate what Robert's saying. And one of the things that you ask, I believe, I can't read your name.
Cold iron or rice. which
Bryce.
one?
Bryce. This has been going on for a while. Yes, we have some good sea life, but it's gotten so bad now. Robert lives oceanfront. It's all the way encompassed him. But all of us there on the back canal have been eating this for years and years. And what happens is that decomposed stuff comes up in the size of tables sometimes and smells like rotten eggs. So it has gotten so bad that it's affected everybody in the subdivision at this point, and that's why we're here today. That's all. Thank you.
And I understand that. It probably at one time, like Sylvia just said to me, probably seemed like a really good idea to have a private canal.
And private seawall and
Until
private
something like
roads.
this comes up,
Yeah.
and then it's not such a good idea. So maybe we can work that out. We'll have to figure it
Is the
out.
miniature-
And we want to work with you guys. We're not trying, we're willing to step
Well,
up with the
it's-
seawall.
Sure.
Sir, it's the amount that we are legally capable of working with you, because this is not, they're not county canals. And therefore, the money coming in from state and federal areas aren't going to come, not to private areas.
I think
That's
they'd be
what
glad
we've
to.
got to figure out.
They'll be glad to transfer it to you, I understand.
Yeah, I knew you would, but,
Well, that may be a long-term solution.
but please understand, we'll do the best we can, and if anybody can figure this out, it'll be Rhonda.
Well, thank you. Thank you for listening.
And Ryan Bryce is the final speaker.
Okay? Yes.
Well, my name is Ryan Bryce. I live beside Doug, and just wanted to reiterate that this seaweed is an issue, and real bad. And you know, as Doug said, it descends to the bottom, and all of a sudden it comes up, and it's a really bad odor in the neighborhood. So,
Does it make
I
a
know that-
noise when it comes up?
Excuse me?
Does it make a noise when it comes up?
Well,
Because usually it goes,
it bubbles. So,
yeah,
you know.
it's a sucking noise.
Yes, exactly. So, you know, we do have an issue, and I'm just here to support. Hopefully,
unnerving
we
when it
can
does that.
can get this resolved.
I think
you
we've
very
all
much.
smelled that smell enough to believe you.
Okay. Thank you very
Oh,
much.
yeah.
Thank you.
Live in Louisiana, and you're a paper mill. You smelled it.
What they say there, that's
Okay, we're done here?
Okay?
Next item would be our public hearings on page 15. First item, P1, and we do have public speakers. A public hearing to consider adoption of an initial assessment resolution for Monroe County, Florida, to collect special assessments within the Monroe County Canals Municipal Service Benefit Unit to pay for ongoing operation and maintenance costs for existing canal water quality restoration projects on Canal 266 on Big Pine Key, stating a need for such a levy, setting a public hearing for adoption of a final assessment resolution, providing for mailed and published notice of the public hearing on the FAR, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, so you heard me last month. We took back the initial assessment resolution. We're
Yeah.
back this month. So we didn't do exactly what we said we were going to do. We left it, because we listened to your comments, we left it at 20 years. We left it as a full benefit so that all the costs are built in, including the power, the maintenance, repair, and replacement costs of the equipment.
Okay.
The residents, after we talked to them, they thought this was the best solution for them. It guarantees them a 20-year issue resolved. The only thing that we changed, instead of by lots, it is now divided by parcels. So, because some before had 2 or 3 lots, and they were paying 2 or 3 times the amount of people with a single lot. So the residents decided amongst themselves to instead divide it by parcel. So it's now an equal parcel for all 28 people living on the canal. So all 28 now will pay the equal amount of $1,247.95 per year.
How
So
much?
$1,247.95 per year, per year.
95 cents, okay.
So some might have to hand the residents some credit, because those that were on
Yeah.
single lots are now paying more. And the ones that are benefiting this are the ones that had the multiple lots. So
But
that's
it's
the way it is now.
$1,200 a year per lot.
Per parcel.
Per
Per
parcel,
parcel.
I'm sorry.
It's all by parcel. There's 28 parcels that are owned by residents.
Okay.
The ones owned by the county are exempt
Do we
from
have
that.
any speakers?
We have 3.
Go ahead.
Larry Lejeune, followed by Alan Alisi.
And we are going to hold you to 3 minutes.
Yes. I don't know if he's still here, but he fell apart.
Thank you.
And you used 32 seconds of it.
You don't see him here?
Hi, good afternoon. I'll try to be brief. I actually came, one of the reasons I came today is I am speaking unofficially on behalf of the majority of residents on the canal, because they've been concerned a little bit because of some of the other proposals that have been submitted on some of the sounding board items and the numerous emails that county and government officials have been receiving. They just want to make sure that their majority voice for the support of the air curtain doesn't get lost. So that was the concern I've heard from many people, and I want to express that. The pictures I gave you, I just wanted y'all to see those. This is kind of what we've been having to put up with over the last couple months, and this is an individual that's installing these by himself, and they're hard barriers across the canal. And until somebody goes out there and moves them, you can't even get a boat through there. I mean, there's not a swing gate or anything. You're just blocking the canal. We've reported it numerous times to different agencies. The individual has been talked to a couple of times, but yet continues to install those. And if you look at the one on the back, that last picture with the boat in it, and I believe that gentleman's here today, but that was installed with those floats that are kind of sticking up. Those were down in the water before that boat crossed over it, and they had like chicken wire and that black lobster trap rope stretched across the canal. So when he crossed over, he got his props all tangled up in that rope. Sure. And I think he spent about an hour getting that untangled and getting everything moved out of the way so he wouldn't hit it again. So we're kind of hoping that once the air curtain gets put in, some of that will calm down, hopefully go away. I'm not sure.
Tell me this is not a private canal.
No.
Okay, thank you.
You want us to approve this?
You what?
I'm asking y'all to ultimately approve the air curtain. Yes, sir.
Did a backfill.
Thank you.
This ordinance, you want us to approve it?
The one that's on the agenda this afternoon, yes.
Okay, so I'm ready to make a motion.
Well, we have two
No,
more.
we have two more speakers.
We can make a
there.
motion and second it.
Okay, before I
Well,
do that,
that's not fair.
Mr. County
Putting a
Attorney,
public
who is the relevant enforcement agency concerning these canal issues?
Yeah, that needs to be taken care of.
Why is it that someone can block navigable water and we can't get something done about it? That's ridiculous.
It's
a private canal.
To answer your question, in terms of the enforcement, it's a combination of DEP, FWC, and I know that both of them have been out there, and I think Mr. Lejeune mentioned that several of the police entities or entities with police powers have been out speaking with the individual who's creating the problem. But just to bring it back to the conversation here, I think what Mr. Lejeune is really saying is if we pass the resolution and raise the money, we'll be able to afford to pay for the operations and maintenance for the equipment that will work so that nobody has to rely upon the little self-help, unregulated, unpermitted pieces of equipment. Would that be a fair statement?
Well,
There you go.
I have no problem with that, but what I do have a problem with is this is not the first time I've seen a picture of this. And it was a few months ago that I first time saw a picture of this.
And why is it still there?
And why is it still there?
It's
don't
come
we
and
have
gone.
any kind of enforcement in this county?
Yeah, I think part of the problem has been it's come and gone. So the individual put his device or contraption into the water. FWC and DEP were called. They came out. They spoke with him. He removed it. And then sometime later put it back in the water. And I think it's difficult for the organizations to enforce when it's a very intermittent thing. But I know from the emails that I've seen, as well as my communication with Gus Rios from DEP, among others, that they're committed to making sure that these things don't happen.
Well, then tell them to make sure.
Yeah, get out there.
We will. We will continue to work with them to report these incidents when we see them happen, and get resolution and obviously get the right thing done.
It seems excessively lengthy period of time, but you say it was removed for a period of time, then it was put back, which in my mind makes it twice as bad.
Egregious.
I just,
kind of in your face.
I wish there was something that we could do that would cost this man enough money.
Yes.
That he played by the rules.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Is Mr. Alisi here? Okay. Alan, were you done? Oh, I'm sorry. He's good. Come sit by Rhonda for a minute.
So before my time runs out, I did want to thank Rhonda and Cynthia. They've been working with us. This was a new thing to everybody, which is why that first resolution got pulled, because we're trying to figure out what's the best, fairest way to have the assessment implemented. So they've been tremendously helpful, and I really, again, want to thank them for that. And I mean, other than that, yeah, please approve it. And these meetings are very informative. I enjoy coming to them, but I'll kind of look forward to not attending them all. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the problem is you can't unlearn what you learned, you know? Sometimes you wish you could.
Following Alan Alisi will be Michael Resner.
That's the last one.
Good afternoon. Hello again. I know I have 3 minutes. If I get on a roll, just stop me. I've been to a couple of meetings now over the last several years. When you first got the go-ahead for the experimental program on this canal, I came and thanked you for choosing us and couldn't wait till I saw some results. And you've tried. Things have happened in the meantime. It's just, and these meetings are really enlightening. And there's a big problem down here that's percolating, you know, seaweed, bubbles, and the big problem, the waters around here, it's ridiculous, okay? I just want it on record. I know you all know that, and I just want it on record that someone's saying it again. And we got to address it as homeowners. You guys have just put $100 a month tax on us, which we all agree to pay, gladly. But just think of the problem. This is just starting to percolate, and we've got to do something about it. We're glad to do it. There's 9 out of 10 homeowners on the canal that are glad to pay $100 a month. You guys have all done a great job. Ron is great. Everybody I've talked to is great on an individual basis. The overall process with the legal and the money that's involved with these projects, the legal time and the red tape and agencies, interagencies, and all the, that's where it gets slowed down. And it's just these are our waters here. We got to do something. The problem is really, really bad. Not even just in our canals, but around here. Maybe if the county does something, I'm even thinking of putting an aerator in my backyard. So are other people's on the canals. And I've seen them here and there popping in different places, and they seem to work. They take care of about a canal, about a property and a half with their bubbles, starting deep down in the canal, coming up and just making bubbles, aerating the canal. The gentleman before was on the money. My background's water treatment, okay? I know a little about water treatment, and all these things will help, okay? Everything that's been mentioned here has helped, and everybody knows about it, and the public knows about it. And the public knows that the waters are so fouled and obnoxiously disgusting that they don't even want to come down here. I can't even offer my place for someone to come down and stay. No one wants to. The canal stinks, okay? And it's pathetic. It's horrible. And anybody that, and I'm willing to volunteer at this point to do something. You know, Ron can call me up. So I think 9 out of 10 people would be glad to pay a little bit more money to have their canals looked at with the attention they need. Fix everything. We'll be glad to pay it, and then call the state to come in and do something real, because you're doing your part as a county.
And they've got a whole state to take care of.
I could go on, but I think my 3 minutes are up.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think
Thank
so.
you.
Michael Resner is the final speaker.
Well, thank you very much for letting me speak. The woman behind me really said everything I wanted to say. And if you're ready to pass it, that's a good thing, because I live on that canal. It stinks still. But you've heard that. The main thing is I'm the one that took the boat ride down there. It took about an hour and a half to untangle my props. Brand new engines. One of them doesn't work now.
Yeah, I noticed those engines.
Yeah.
That's
Not a happy
awful.
camper.
So
That's
I have
terrible.
a rep from Evinrude coming down next week. The company is sending a rep down to figure out what's the matter with my lower unit. I have the obstruction I pulled out. I'm the one that removed it from the canal. Mr. Sutcliffe installed them, and I had to cut it up Sunday, and I brought one of them to my house. I am waiting for FWC. I've spoken to David Dupree, the captain here. He has signed it to somebody who has not responded in 3 weeks. I can't get him to come to my house or answer any of his phone calls, so I put another phone call into Captain Dupree today to take care of that matter. But so we have all the obstructions out of the canal right now. it is still full of weed, and the sooner we can get the air curtain installed, the happier a lot of people are going to be.
Yeah,
All right,
can
thank you.
imagine.
Thank you.
Can I make a motion?
So do we have a motion?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I move to adopt the ordinance, Madam Chair.
Second. Conversations.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I hear any no's to this? Hearing none, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is on page 15 as well, item P2, and we do have public speakers. A public hearing to consider approval of an ordinance by the Monroe County Board of County Commissioners amending Monroe County Land Development Code Section 139-1, Affordable and Employee Housing Administration, to specify that when calculating overall density on a parcel, affordable housing density and hotel-motel density shall not be counted cumulatively against each other, operating as a density bonus for the development of affordable employee housing on properties with a hotel-motel.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I was looking to see if the applicant was here, but I don't see him right now. Well, the agent for the applicant, but we'll go ahead. This item was continued from the March BOCC meeting. So the applicant is a property owner that owns hotel units and wants to provide affordable housing on the site. This is a goal that the county is trying to encourage. However, right now, our current zoning regulations do not allow you to maximize hotel units and maximize affordable units. It requires you to consider the total number of hotel units and affordable units cumulatively. So the challenge that the applicant has is to align the zoning language with the policy direction of incentivizing affordable housing. The applicant originally proposed to change a change to specify that hotel-motel units could not be counted or would not be counted against affordable units and vice versa, similar to what we do for non-residential or commercial floor area and affordable housing today. So the original language was that simple. The Planning Commission reviewed the proposed language and had the following comments. 1, 50% of the units be provided to on-site employees of the property, and the applicant agreed. 2, a minimum of 25% or 1 unit, whichever is greater, be low or very low, and a maximum of be 25% moderate, to which the applicant agreed.
Cheryl, I'm sorry, would you go back and repeat that?
Sure. So a minimum of the affordable housing units be a minimum of 25% of the affordable housing units, or 1 unit, whichever is greater, be low or very low, and a maximum of 25% of the affordable units could be moderate.
So, in other words, no fewer than 25% have to be low and very low, and no more than 25% can be moderate.
Exactly.
Perfect. That's how I understood it.
And
So what's in the middle is median.
median. They could do more very low and low.
Yeah. Yeah.
They could do a mix of median and low and very low, but no more than 25% moderate.
Madam Mayor, the applicant just texted him to find out if he was intending to be here. He thought we were still under the old time of 3 o'clock. He's in Marathon driving south to get here, so I don't know if you want to
I'd like to
pass
point
this
out
one and
something.
go on to another and come back to it.
The citizen mistakenly announced the public in an article at 3 o'clock, which was the old time, so apparently Tim didn't pick it up.
So do we
That
want...
may have confused people.
You're absolutely right. Do you want to postpone the hearings till 3 o'clock and get on with the rest of the agenda and get back to it to
Well, if
provide...
he's in Marathon right now, why don't we just skip that one?
Yeah, but we gotta, I mean, do we know that that's the case for anybody else who's on this agenda, you know?
We do
No, we
not.
don't.
So we can go through the others, but
got
if the
7.
citizen,
The citizen bumped us up.
But that was just in an article, it wasn't.
It wasn't the notice.
It wasn't the
No.
notification
Right.
or advertisement.
there's a legal issue that I think we're,
Do they read
Yeah.
that article?
there's a legal issue I think we're covered on in terms of we advertise it at 1:30, we're fine. It's a matter of public transparency, extending the public process.
Oh,
So
public, blah, blah. What would come next?
We have a whole slew of items to
No,
go through.
what item would you be calling next?
The next item would be closed session, but I think you postponed that till later. So the next.
Well, what we did was we pushed the closed sessions after the public hearing so
Yes.
that we could get the bulk of the work done and then go to closed
If you
session.
keep
So
talking, he'll be walking in the door, you know.
Actually, Mayor, the next item would have been that time certain before lunch, which was Commissioner Rice's item.
Which is what?
And we have Mayor
No,
Gillis
L-
from Alamorada has been sitting here waiting for that one.
Transportation Coordination
Yeah,
Committee.
we didn't do the one from 11:15 from this morning, L3.
Is that going to be particularly long?
That's Commissioner Rice's item.
I don't think it would be unless somebody wants
Okay.
to talk a lot.
Do you want to go to that item?
Sure.
You can.
Yep.
Okay.
We
Let
do.
me get to it. Give me 1 second.
Is that what Deb is?
And Tim apologizes for not picking up on that change, so.
I'm sorry, what?
Tim O'Hara apologizes for not picking up on the change, so.
Okay. So,
Tell him he's excused, as always.
so the next item would be on page 11, item L3, discussion and approval of a resolution to create the Transportation Coordination
Sorry,
Committee
Cheryl.
as a countywide BOCC and municipality-appointed committee to formalize the work of the Transportation Improvement Work Group.
Okay, you want me to go?
Well, yeah, I'm still trying to find, what is it? L what?
L3 on page 11.
L3. Okay, yeah. Go ahead,
Okay, I
David.
believe it was back in October, we had a brief discussion about the need for taking a look countywide at potential enhancements to public transportation that could conceivably help us take some cars off the road. I'm trying to streamline this, but hit the relevant points. Since that time, we've pulled together a group of people, and most of those people who have regularly attended the meetings, we've had about a half a dozen meetings, just kind of informal, let's sit down and talk and see if there are things that we come up with that have enough promise that we should formalize a group so that we could bring recommendations to the commission. The conclusion we have reached is that, yeah, we believe there are some things, and for that reason, we would like at this point for the commission to formalize the group. And a lot of thought has gone into, and I thank Bob for a lot of this thought, how to construct this, because we're looking at trying to implement transportation changes perhaps across 5 cities and unincorporated Monroe County. We really haven't tackled many things like this in my years on the commission. So what we decided to do is that the large majority of people who've been attending these meetings are actually staff of the cities and the county who have some personal expertise in transportation. They could remain as not members of the committee, but as essentially expert staff working with the members of the committee, which would be, as we've conceived of it at the present time, an elected official from each of the 5 cities and Monroe County. The thinking there would be those people can facilitate taking ideas back to their boards for consideration, for implementation that can make a difference. Because one of the things that becomes very obvious is that if Key Largo does something that takes some cars off the road, everybody south of there and north of there, frankly, benefits. If Key West solves a problem, we all benefit. I've never seen an example of a case where we truly are in this all together more vividly than with transportation. We do have some ideas we want to bring forward, but in order to do that, we have to form this committee, and
Okay.
that's what this
Well,
resolution does.
Let's talk about the makeup of this committee.
Okay.
Right now. You want an elected official from 6 county areas, 5 cities and the county.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's 6 elected officials are going to sit down together. No breaking of the sunshine law, thank goodness.
Right.
And you're going to bring in these other people who do understand transportation to help you.
Well, and
whatever.
not truly that all of us have had no background in transportation. I have. But,
Oh,
okay.
whoopee, we'll make you the chief.
Well,
How's that?
so far I have been, but
Okay, good.
in
Well,
any
you
case,
can have it.
yes, you stated it very well.
Okay, and you're part of this group, Deb?
Each city would pick their own elected official.
Elected official, yes, of course. Okay, and you would meet, and then you would come back to whom? Us?
To the commission, or if it's Deb wanting to take something to Islamorada, she'll be taking it to her board.
Okay.
If it's something for the county, I'll be bringing it to this board.
Okay.
We would serve as the liaison between this group and our elected boards.
All right, let me understand something now. If there's something being talked about and she wants to bring it before the Islamorada Council, does she get the permission of the other 5 people on that committee, or can she just wing it?
I expect that she'd probably be considerate enough, knowing Deb, to make sure that we all discussed it and thought it was
Good idea?
a good idea.
Okay.
She certainly has the authority to take anything to her board that she wants to, whether it's related to
It could get very
transportation
messy.
or
That's
anything
why I'm
else.
asking, because that's the one thing I think could get very messy.
Well, we can't limit
in
the
this.
authority of an elected official to bring something before their board if they
No.
wish.
No, not if they
So-
wish. Okay.
And what about sunshine issues?
There are
It would,
none.
it would be a
There are none
sunshine
because-
panel, and so
It will what?
it would meet, it's a sunshine panel. It would meet in the sunshine.
Yeah, in the
So they
sunshine.
But
can't talk to each
communication-
other outside of the
They
meeting?
can't talk to each other about the committee's work outside of the sunshine. The electeds can't. Their
They-
staff can obviously coordinate.
So
Yeah.
it is a sunshine committee.
It is
Well,
a
that-
sunshine
that's
committee,
it
yes.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
Yeah.
they don't all come from the same board, so why is it sunshine?
because it's a new board.
It's a new
What?
board, it's a new board.
It's a new
Because it
board.
is a board.
It's an advisory board.
Right, which advisory
Which is
boards
under
can be
sunshine.
Well,
sunshine
that's true
panels.
if they're all,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
But the important thing
All right.
is the staff that do need to be communicating back and forth
They can-
between
they can
meetings, they can do
Oh,
that
yeah.
under this structure.
Okay.
And
We
there-
can't, but the staff can.
And there's staff from each area, is the way I envision it. There's staff from each area helping create
Yeah.
whatever we can come up with.
Probably more from the village and Marathon and Key West and the county than, say, from Layton, but yeah.
Probably, but
Right.
Yeah.
All right, now, is Miami-Dade involved in this in any way?
Only to the degree that DOT has showed enough interest that they have sent representatives down to meet with us. We have had some conversations with the company that runs the buses down, that brings workers. So to that degree, yes.
would have, okay.
Yes. They're not on the board, but they're a resource.
Yeah, very good. Do we have public speakers?
No, ma'am.
We have
Okay.
Deb.
What do you want us to
I
do,
didn't really
Charlie?
sign up
No,
for
he
anything, but
didn't.
I'd be happy to
What?
help
What do
out.
you want us to do, Dave?
What I always want, tell me yes.
Do we need to move an approval, move to approve this
I would like that,
resolution?
yes.
Absolutely. I'll make that motion.
I just made it.
Oh.
Move to approve.
I'll
Second.
Okay,
You gotta be
okay.
quick.
It's Michelle and Heather.
Yes, and I want to thank Dave Rice for doing this. I know when I was still the mayor of Marathon, I attended a few of those meetings, and I was excited for the work you're doing, and I think this is excellent.
Actually, it's pretty
I also
exciting.
want to thank David for bringing
It
this forward
is.
because
There
it's
are some
necessary.
things that we can do. There are some things that are large tasks and expensive. There are other things that perhaps aren't. I thought you'd be here to brag about your transportation within your city.
I'll be happy to talk about it, but I don't want to eat up any of
You,
your
you don't need to.
So you
but-
probably already know
But
it.
while I was sitting here, it occurred to me that Key Largo is even better suited for that than y'all are.
Probably.
So, yes, we tend to spur ideas with our discussion, and I think we will be able to bring information back
Good.
that can help. Are we ever going to have no cars on the highway? Of course not. But we can improve.
Oh, okay.
Did you get your vote?
Well, no.
Did I get my vote?
No. We have a motion and a second. Call the roll.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Carruthers?
Yes.
Commissioner Coldiron?
Yes.
Commissioner Coolidge?
Yes.
Commissioner Rice?
Do I have a conflict of interest here? I'm kidding. Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Yes, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Okay. And now our long-lost wanderer through Marathon, whatever, was here. Where'd he go?
Were we going to postpone
back
until
there.
3?
Where?
He's in the room. Trust me.
Oh, I see him.
Didn't see that.
Madam Mayor, we
You're
have,
already late. Run. Run.
Bart.
if you had if the newspaper article was telling people at 3 o'clock, and do we expect to have public speakers who are going to show up at 3 o'clock? I mean, I know we have
That's my question.
yeah.
No, say that again.
It may be best to postpone it to 3 o'clock. It looks like we have enough work to get us through to that point. And we have, in the interest of not creating a legal issue, someone challenging it on the basis of confusion on the notice, why don't we hear this one at 3?
Okay, now let me ask you this. If they don't show up here till 3 o'clock, they haven't filled out a blue card before the conversation
Well,
starts.
that's new, that's the same,
What's
that's true for every single,
We didn't create this, Mr. Attorney.
Yeah.
We didn't create this problem.
We didn't create it. No, we didn't. You could go forward. I'm just trying to eliminate potential claims and whatever issues that may fall from
I
those.
think the only opposition that we're going to have is right here today,
Then let's go forward.
well.
right now.
No, all right. I disagree. I'd rather wait till 3 and do our other stuff and I'd rather err on the side of caution for transparency's
The reason,
sake.
the reason we moved these from 3 to 1 was we were trying to eliminate
Yeah.
gaps in the calendar and in the schedule, and we've got plenty of work to do, so there won't be any gaps today. But from this point forward, I think everybody should be well on notice that we're moving them up earlier in the day.
And hopefully there will be a whole article about the confusion that the paper created by misrepresenting the time that the public hearing started.
It's being drafted.
So,
Okay, so next,
What item are we talking about?
Next.
we were
Mayor,
talking
if I
about-
understand what's going on here, we're going to go to the 10 items that we still have outside of the public hearings to get through and get us to 3 o'clock for Bart's item P2.
And Bart
That's-
will love
For
listening
all of the
to
public
For all of
hearings,
the
it's
public
not just
hearings,
about
yeah,
Bart.
not just
No
Bart.
matter how much he thinks it might be, just about.
Sorry,
Okay.
Bart, I was throwing you a line there.
We're waiting till 3.
I sincerely apologize.
Yes, it is all about you.
It's
Don't
not,
listen
this
to
has
her.
not got anything
No,
to
it
do
has
with
nothing
you.
to do with you, really. Okay,
It's not your fault,
so,
for once.
There he goes.
okay, so we'll go back to the items that were held out of bulk. So the first one would be item C27 on page 5. Approval to adjust the parking rates for the public pay parking lots at the Key West International Airport by adding rates for the new short-term parking lot after the first 30 minutes and deleting the monthly and annual rates. This action will increase the airport's non-aeronautical revenue and support the airport's effort to remain self-sufficient and not receive any ad valorem tax funding.
Well, the airport hasn't received any ad valorem funding since Pa fell out the boat. But I have a bit of a problem with going to that 30-minute thing. First of all, we have an airline down there that's never on time. Never on time. I just don't think that's enough. I think that's too short, really. I don't know how you feel about it, Heather.
I feel like it's too short because half the time the airlines, well, let me put it this way. When you get your new baggage system done, perhaps we can talk about it then, but 30 minutes is not long enough, I don't think, for people picking somebody up. And I know it's about revenue, but I would not be nickel and diming people over this. Since we don't have like we're not like Miami where we can have a cell phone parking lot that's 2 miles away. Right.
So if I might, Commissioners, address the concern, and I can appreciate the concern that's there. The lot that we're talking about is the lot that's basically been an open lot for a number of years now, and we have trouble controlling the lot as to who's utilizing it. And with all the new traffic that's there, we have a challenge with parking. So we're trying to find a way to be fair and equitable to everybody to have an opportunity to have 30 minutes free to go pick up a loved one or whoever they're picking up at the airport. And the turnover in that parking lot is what we're trying to improve. We're always full in the long-term lot, which is the one that's under the terminal with all the shade and everything. We do have a cell phone lot that is actually on the back side of Nancy Cherry Road, and that is the new lot that was created by the drainage project in the park area there. The park area that most of the time is open. It is on airport property. And so there is the opportunity if you wanted to wait there and look at the Silver Airlines website for when the plane might be coming in.
That would not be the website I would look at.
Well, I mean, you might look at Delta or whatever, but I'm just saying there is the opportunity to wait there if you'd like by the park and wait for the ride to come in. We do all, most of us, live closer down on a very small island. It's not that difficult to get to the airport, so all we were trying to do with the 30 minutes was make it for those that know that that plane is now finally inbound and we're going to pick them up. Let's get the turnover there so that somebody else has an opportunity to park their vehicle, because when the first 40 people come, the lot's full, and we were trying to encourage people to, okay, pick them up, put the luggage in the car, turn around and go, because that next series of flights that comes in, what was happening before is people are just hanging out there, not moving along, and that next set of people didn't have room to park.
I just don't see how this is going to solve that problem.
I don't either. No.
I mean, I don't see how it's going to solve the problem.
Right now.
Because people are still going to be in the same, everybody's waiting for the same flight. I don't see how this addresses that issue.
Yeah, and I've been out there several times lately. This is not in season, and I know that's not a good indicator, but I haven't seen any problem in that lot. Been a lot of spaces open. So,
is this where I would pull into this lot and stay there for 30 minutes free of charge?
Yes, 30 minutes free of charge.
But
it's an hour now.
It is an hour right now.
Okay, I can stay in that lot right now for an hour, free of charge.
You could stay in that lot right now for 3 days and nobody's
that's a different issue.
That's a problem. There's your problem.
That's the problem. I mean,
And this doesn't solve that problem.
No, it
because
doesn't.
even if you do this, somebody's got to control it and.
Well, we
charge
are
them.
controlling it. The revenue control equipment that was approved in Republic Parking's agreement that we did a couple of months ago, which is the new parking operator, that new equipment is going in with gate arms on it. So you will pull a ticket and you'll go into that same lot.
Okay.
And then you'll go out with the ticket. You get 30 minutes free. If I'm being a little unconvincing today with the 30
Yes, you
minutes,
are.
we
Yeah, I
can
don't
leave it as 1 hour, but it will be a controlled lot.
well, then that's fine.
What's the matter with that?
That's fine.
Yeah.
I
An
don't have a
hour-
problem with it being a controlled lot. I just don't think 30 minutes
30 minutes
in
is
our
not enough.
airport with our existing baggage system is sufficient.
Okay.
And you're the one who toured me in that baggage system.
Now I shouldn't have toured the baggage system with you, apparently.
So is that direction to approve it with a 60-minute?
Well, it's currently 60. It's currently 1 hour.
Yeah, but it's the controlled entry. So that would be my, do you need a, yeah, so I move that we approve this with a 60-minute controlled free.
And deleting the monthly and annual
Yeah.
rates, whatever those are.
Well, unless it's like really absorbent, like, a couple grand to just keep your car there for a year.
But I
yeah.
appreciate your, trying to find every effort to generate income out there.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I hear any no votes? Hearing none, motion passes. 1 hour it is.
Thank you.
Next item is item D1.
I'm sorry, D1?
D1 Delta 1 on page 6.
Okay.
Report of Hurricane Irma finance activity by the Office of Management and Budget.
Okay. Ms. Tina.
Pleased to inform you that we got the 2 debris invoices paid recently, $16.7 million in the bank. We're looks like about 2 to 3 weeks out from the other $2 million that we've been speaking about, and then I have about $1 million in some partial payments that I should be able to get by the end of the summer.
So what's 16, so what's our total so far?
Well, we're at 24.6 today, and I'm hoping by the end of the summer we'll be 27, around 27.
What's outstanding other than the 6 million?
Other than
what, Danny?
it's a lot
$6
of
million.
a lot of small items, to be honest with you. Some
but they
mold
add up.
remediation projects, sheriff detention center, a lot of small things.
Okay, but we got 16, 17 million. We've got a total in. How much more is there to go, we hope?
Well, if you take the base camp out of the equation, we're at 62% today. So, which is
I find it remarkable that after taking this long to get this little bit of money, that you still have the optimism to predict when the next phase of money will come in.
well. Actually, I knew the day that we would get the debris money because I can see it move in the system, which is kind of why I created this new spot for you, because this is a step that I watch in the system. I watch the project worksheets move through.
Well, the other reason I asked is because we're getting down to if we're getting down to the bottom here now, we're going to have to resolve the $6 million issue.
Yes, sir. Yes, and in
we
fact,
can talk about that Monday.
Okay.
In more detail, but
Yes, we actually have to move cash by 9:30. So we'll have to come up with a policy on that.
okay, all right.
So when you say if we take the, I'm confused because I thought when we started out this, you were saying that we submitted PWs for 35 million. What's the total? Are you saying now it's more than that? What's the total?
Our total for project worksheets submitted is up to about 61 million now. We have 61 worksheets.
Let's be clear. Let's not confuse it. What have we written checks? We've actually written what have we
checks,
spent?
45
Roman,
million.
I still can't hear you.
Yeah, we've written $45 million worth of checks.
How
Okay.
many?
All this other PW stuff, it gets a little
45.
wacky. So it's
Yeah.
45. Right now, we've received almost 30, right? So
Well,
if
no, it's 24 million we've received. She's hoping
That's
that we're going to
close.
get another 3.
there's so if
Let me just do
Again,
some. Can I just do some dirty numbers here? So, we wrote checks for 45 million in 2017. We moved our entire of what we calculated, Pam Radloff and I, a $5 million from the general fund. That was where we had a 5-month reserve, and now we have a 4-month reserve plus the 10 million. So we used the unrestricted 1-month fund balance. About 5 million was moved over. Our match is covered. So we have spent 45 million.
We moved $5 million to meet our match obligation. That puts us at $40 million. We already paid the $5 million back, right? So that takes us down to the 35, and we just got another 16.7. So, you know, it's getting down there. We're about at 15.5 million with the base camp included, and closer to about 10 million if you separate it out.
Another way to say it, item D2, which you passed on bulk. All right, if the clerk was going to sign, and he's here, he can talk for himself, instead of the 35.5 million, it would be about 15.5 million today. So we're going to talk about that more on Monday, but it's down to 15.5. And that includes the base camp, which we are very comfortable that we're going to get, if not all of it, the majority of it. So
I'm not comfortable.
I am. So far, this administration, everything they've said they've done. They're running about a month late, but everything they've said since they got in there, they've done.
Okay,
So that's why I'm comfortable.
We'll have more discussion about that Monday.
Yeah,
Okay, absolutely. Yes, sir.
We will, and we sat down. Roman and I went down and met with the clerk yesterday, and we went through all the numbers, and I think we're in a good place with the numbers. So that was my good news. Commissioner Coolidge suggested that I take the opportunity to pass along some good news for a change. So that's my good news. Thank you.
Good news.
I like my 60 million better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen
Next
to
item
my
is on
voices.
page 9, Commissioner Coolidge. Item I2, discussion and direction regarding land development code amendments to address approved interim development ordinances, Ordinance 010-2017, and extended by Ordinance number 019-2018, deferring the acceptance and approval of new applications for the establishment of medical marijuana treatment center dispensing facilities.
Don't we have an ordinance or public hearing on this?
So good afternoon again. So we have a public hearing later, which is for the extension of the interim development ordinance for the moratorium for medical marijuana facilities. What the purpose of this discussion is, we're seeking your direction. Current state statute tells us that we have two choices with regards to medical marijuana facilities. We can either ban them outright, or we can allow them consistent with where we allow pharmacies. In the county, pharmacies are permitted as commercial retail. So ultimately, the direction is yours, but we're seeking guidance in order to prepare an ordinance that would fix the moratorium, so either to allow it where pharmacies are, which is commercial retail, or to ban it.
Why would we ban it when 80% of our people voted in favor of it?
So
that
can
sounds like a motion to
So
direct
can I
us
move to amend the Land Development Code to allow medical marijuana treatment center dispensing facilities within the same zoning district that allows pharmacies?
So that's the direction?
Yeah, I'll second it. If you need it.
I have a
Whatever.
motion. Do we have any public speakers on that one?
No, ma'am, we do not.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Do I hear any no votes? Hearing none, motion passes. What number was it?
That was item I2.
I'm sorry, what?
I2.
Oh, I2.
Okay, me too. Next item would be on page 11, item L5. Commissioner Crothers?
Yeah, this is mine, and the only reason that I held this was just to sort of get on the record what's going on with NFIP reauthorization. There's a bill that's out of the House Financial Services Committee that does not at all really address affordability.
Right.
And I'm concerned about that, not just with the redrawing of the maps, but probably more significantly with this risk rating 2.0. We don't know what that's going to do to all of us. It's got some kind of language in there for a pilot project to look at affordability restrictions for people who are making 80% of median income in a community. And I think we all know that even 80% of the median income in our community doesn't really impact the majority of our homeowners and our working class homeowners. And it certainly doesn't do anything for renters. So our resolution supports including affordability. We have now 2 bills, Safe NFIP that you might remember was introduced in 2017 in the Senate. We now have a House version of that, and our Congresswoman has co-sponsored that as an original co-sponsor. So we believe strongly that that's the direction to go. National Association of Counties also passed a resolution, as did FAC, supporting affordability. So I don't know if, Lisa, you want to add any more details.
Just that there's a little bit of urgency because this bill came out of committee, out of its committee of jurisdiction with a unanimous 59-0 vote. And so it looks like, to the members that aren't paying attention, it's a great bill, bipartisan support, blah, 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 but except that it has no affordability protections. There are a number of Congress people around the country that have recognized that, but with the 59-0 vote, the House could look to hurry up and move it for a full House vote next week on a suspension calendar, which means it would only need 2/3 vote, and there could be no changes to it, no amendments, no questions. It could just vote. So there's a little bit of urgency to us passing this resolution, making sure that our congressperson at least knows definitively where our commission stands, and then to get FAC to do it. Well, FAC has done its call to action, but we just have to do what we can to try to not get that vote next week. And if they don't vote next week, then they adjourn for August, and then they come back in September. So we have a little bit of time to organize a better pushback. So there's a little bit of urgency to this.
And also the reauthorization is a 5-year reauthorization. And just to put it in perspective, someone who gets a flood policy today, primary home, AE zone, in 5 years will be paying nearly $8,000 annually just for flood insurance. I think most families can't afford that. So.
Second.
And this is just a good, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Do you need to?
I have a motion and a second. Call the roll.
Commissioner Carruthers?
Yes.
Commissioner Coldiron? Yes. Commissioner Coolidge?
Yes.
Commissioner Rice?
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Yes.
I just want to add something about risk rating 2.0. For those folks in the community that don't currently have flood insurance, this would be a very good time to consider getting it. When risk rating 2.0 is implemented, it will look at individual properties and their particular flood risk as individual properties. And the 3 characteristics for flood risk will be proximity to the coast, exposure to heavy rainfall and storm surge, and cost to rebuild. These are 3 criteria that will fall very heavily on the shoulders of coastal communities like ours. And if you get into the program now, you'll benefit from the grandfathered, protections.
And as an adjunct to that, what we do not yet see is whether there will be any mitigating credits for the fact that we do build above flood, and to withstand this, because that will just be wrapped into the cost of rebuilding, which of course is higher because we build so it doesn't hit us in the first place.
Actually,
Anyway.
do they consider us a double coastal community? I mean, most coastal communities have one.
No,
Have
we have
one-
water on both
Don, hit
sides.
rewind.
Have one coast. What'd you say, Bob?
Never mind.
He said rewind.
Rewind. But I was just curious.
Okay, we're done.
What?
We're done.
Yeah, so.
Next
it was
item.
from-
Do you want me to continue to the next item, or do you want to take your scheduled break that we're a little bit late for?
Well,
It's on the
No.
agenda for, or time
Okay,
approximate
the
for
next
2:30.
item I pulled,
what break?
You want me, it's on the time approximate, but we can keep going. Next item's into Nancy 2 on page 12. Authorize county administrator to submit letter to Florida Department of Emergency Management for Monroe County to assume grant management responsibilities for housing reconstruction of 1514 and 1516 Ducombe Street, Key West, Florida, from the City of Key West for FEMA FMA project number FMA-PJ-04-FL-2016-013.
okay, this seemed a little strange to me. You want to explain it to me?
Yes.
Especially since the county attorney has got a conditional approval.
I don't even know what a conditional approval means.
We
so
had
sorry.
not verified the legality of being able to assume the responsibilities for the city by the county at the time of the agenda deadline.
Have we done so since then?
We have not completed that.
Why are we doing this?
So, if you recall, after Irma, we took voluntary surveys on people that were interested or needed help with repair, elevation, reconstruction, all different types of, or buyout. The county, working with the cities, because we had formed a housing strategy working group, and Commissioner Crothers was the board appointed liaison for the board after Irma. The county took the leadership role in accepting the applications from areas within the cities and, of course, within our own county. After Irma, we applied for 3 or 4 different HMGP, FMA, or PDM grants. They all have a different acronym, but really in reality they're for the same thing. It just depends on where the source of the money comes from. The county right now is slated to win about 3 properties that'll be coming forward to you soon. Key West Floodplain Management Administrator Scott Frazier contacted the county. They knew that the county took this leadership role after Irma, and they had this site approved for reconstruction prior to Irma. But since the county had taken a leadership role, he asked if we would assume grant management and construction management, because he knew we had other properties that were in the pipeline. Last month, you guys authorized us to do a RFP for a consultant to help us manage this type of project. We haven't issued the RFP yet, because if the board approves this item today, then, but only if you approve it today, will the state DEM and FEMA review our RFP for compliance with their regulations. And so we're asking you to let us assume this responsibility. It will get batched in with the ones that we expect to win. And then we have many other property owners that are interested in this program as part of the community rating system, or CRS Class 5 to Class 4 initiative. Later this month, you'll be seeing a repetitive loss and severe repetitive loss analysis. And then those are the properties that local governments typically target for that.
Well, so is it because the city doesn't have the staff to do this?
Partly.
Okay. Does the county assume any responsibilities?
Like liabilities?
Well, if you approve this letter today, then there will be a grant agreement, and we will be obligated to implement the grant agreement. We will hire a contractor to do the work, similar to the project that you just approved for the CDBG-DR, but the Housing Authority is going to help with that one, yet the county project management right now is helping with the tiny homes, so it's all kind of intertwined with that.
Well, are we going to bear do we have any potential liability that would be borne by the city instead of the county, especially since, I got the county attorney saying he's not even sure we can legally do this?
If you want to delay this a month, the grant does expire in August for Key West. I don't know the exact date. I would have to go look that up. I can ask FDEM for more time, but
well,
I didn't know that they had not finished their research. I apologize. I did get an email that asked me the question, and then I started to provide the documentation on the grant.
Okay, I'm just not willing to vote for something that the county attorney says he's not sure about, that we legally do. I mean, that wouldn't be smart.
Well, could we conditionally do it based on?
That's what I was about to ask.
Yeah, on the attorney's comfort level with our ability to do it, and perhaps any kind of ILA or shared liability agreement?
Well, that's
or,
the other thing.
You
You know,
know,
what
I
is
mean-
our relationship vis-a-vis the city?
Right, especially in the concern of in the National Flood Insurance Program, each jurisdiction with
Has its
permitting
own
is
CRS.
considered its own community.
Right.
So we're trying to work our way through those issues. We've reached out to FEMA's General Counsel's office to get a comfort level. We just haven't closed that loop yet. We don't, if we
I
can,
would say, if all that works out, I don't have a problem with it.
same here.
But I'm not about to do that under these conditions.
Well, but that doesn't address the suggestion that Commissioner Carruthers came up with. Could we do it conditionally? Because if it's not okay, then it's moot. Nothing's going to move forward
Yeah.
on it.
Given that they have an August deadline, I mean, if you can't,
That would help, because right now what we had planned to do is with FDEM, they have already said yes to this, so that makes me believe that it's okay. And I know other counties do this for their cities throughout the nation. But I don't, want to interfere with any research that's being done. But in August, if you say okay to this letter being sent, then DEM will draft the grant agreement that has to still come back before you all. They are not, they're very overworked like we all are, so they won't do anything forward thinking until the government,
So if I
approves the
understand you
first step.
correctly, there's another critical path step in the grant agreement.
Yes.
All right,
But you're
so,
gonna send
But
a-
they won't draft a grant agreement for the county until we send this letter.
But we're gonna send the letter. I mean, you want us to authorize sending the letter, and you're not sure we legally can do it.
well,
Well, I
and
would
what I'm
guess before
suggesting
the
is
letter
we
goes.
authorize him to send the letter if he has a comfort level that
Yeah.
it's okay for us to do so.
Conditioned upon
Yeah.
the county
Yeah.
attorney approving.
Exactly.
And I could comfortably vote for that with that condition.
Yeah, I would do that too.
Okay, so that's my motion. If you
Second.
need one.
Good.
Okay, so it's conditioned upon approval of the county attorney. Thank you.
Okay, you second?
Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Do I hear any no votes? Hearing none, motion passes.
Now you want a break?
Did what?
Your little break?
No, I went to the bathroom. I don't need one.
Oh, what?
That's all I'm concerned
Fine
about.
for you.
TMI, David, TMI.
I need to go.
Yeah.
Sure, whatever. I think it's too early, but whatever.
How long do we have, 5, 10 minutes?
Yeah,
5
10
minutes?
minutes, whatever.
5 minutes? 5. You got it.
Yeah.
5. Is on page 12, item N3, presentation and approval of a resolution to assist the U.S. Census Bureau and the state of Florida to ensure a complete, accurate 2020 census count for Monroe County, Florida by establishing a complete count coordinator for Monroe County, Florida.
Okay, this I'm assuming is Miss Kimberly. Am
Yes.
I right?
Yes.
Oh, there.
Stand up.
I'm speaking. Thank you so much. And on that note, good afternoon to you as well, Mayor and Commissioners. So thank you so much. The 2020 census is quickly coming upon us. The count date is April 1st, and so I know that's 8 months away, but it'll be quick. And across the nation, states and counties are forming local efforts to assist the Census Bureau with that effort, and complete count committees and coordinators. That function serves as a conduit between the Bureau and all of the organizations, constituencies, and various members and organizations within our community to ensure a complete and accurate count to the best of our ability. So the resolution that you have in front of you today acknowledges our support for the decennial census and the creation of a complete count coordinator to ensure, to the best of our ability, a complete and accurate census count for the Florida Keys. It's important to note, with the controversies that we are seeing in the news and at the federal level, that this resolution does not touch on the controversial issue of citizenship questions. So once established, the Complete Count Coordinator will work with the Census Bureau to help disseminate information out into the community to promote and advocate for the census.
Move approval.
Second.
Awesome. Great.
Is there
We
any
have a
opposition?
motion and a second. Did I hear a second?
Yes.
Okay, yep.
Motion and a second. Are there any no votes? Hearing none, the motion
Okay,
passes.
bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your work on this.
Once you, we're
probably
close
get
enough to
one
3
more.
o'clock to start with the public hearing.
Would you like to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Next item then will be back on page 2, or excuse me, page 15, item P2, a public hearing to consider approval of an ordinance by the Monroe County Board of County Commissioners amending Monroe County Land Development Code Section 139-1, Affordable and Employee Housing Administration, to specify that when calculating overall density on a parcel, affordable housing density and hotel-motel density shall not be counted cumulatively against each other, operating as a density bonus for the development of affordable employee housing on properties with a hotel-motel.
No, I was looking at that light blinking.
Deja vu, all over.
It's all over again. All right. So the applicant is a property, would you like me to start from the beginning again or pick up at the Planning Commission recommendation?
Pick up a planning commission.
Okay. So the Planning Commission reviewed the proposed language and had the following comments. One, that 50% of the units be provided to on-site employees of the property, and the applicant agreed.
50% of the units?
Of the affordable units.
50% of the affordable units be provided to?
On-site employees.
What happens to the rest of them?
They would be available to anyone that would qualify for employee
That's
housing.
the catch. No, but go ahead.
Second, a minimum of 25% or one unit be low or very low of the affordable units, and no more than 25% of the affordable units be moderate, and the applicant agreed. Two, they requested a total cap be provided, so the applicant came back and proposed a cap of 25 units per buildable acre. 4, that the density bonus only apply to the redevelopment of existing hotels and not to new hotel allocations that may come from the state in the future. The applicant did agree to that, but when further discussed with staff and as identified in the recommendations of this report, the applicant agreed with staff that it should be available to both existing and future hotels. And the 5th item was the Planning Commission recommended that the text amendment be limited to Stock Island. The applicant agreed. Later, following the Planning Commission meeting, wanted to add in Duck Key. Staff's recommendation in the report is to allow the text amendment to remain countywide, which is as it was originally proposed. And the applicant agrees that it may remain countywide. So the two main recommendations, and then I have a couple of minor edits that I would like to read into the record, is the first recommendation being that the amendment remain countywide, and we do not limit it to just Stock Island and Duck Key, and to allow this incentive to be available for existing and future hotels. And one of the main reasons that we're making that recommendation is staff is working on an inclusionary zoning ordinance with the goal that that hotels will provide affordable housing on site for their employees. So if I may, it's very minor changes, and they're highlighted in yellow.
Cheryl, can I ask you why only 50% of the takers of these units, only 50% have to work on site? I thought this whole thing was to get units for the hotels?
I can answer that if you wanted.
No, I'd rather hear their version of it.
It's going to be the same.
I still
version.
don't think it's fair.
There's a reason.
A coffee shop might open next door to the hotel.
So, and I think the applicant can answer that as well, but the idea being that if it's 100% on-site employees, there may be a concern for a property owner that they can't fill all of those units. Not all employees want to live on the same site that their employer has. So it does, I mean, for some employers, it's going to benefit them to have those units available and to offer them to people, but they're going to have some employees that maybe already have housing, have a different housing opportunity, or they don't have the staff that wants to live on it. But I think the idea is you don't want to build units that could potentially be empty because people are unable to fill them.
And you could even have businesses in the same neighborhood.
Yeah, yeah.
Those employees might choose to live in one of those. And if you're a hotel owner, you're not going to want to build. We're trying to incentivize them.
Yeah,
You're not going to want to build
That's the word, is incentive.
with the chance that you might not be able to fill it up with your own employees, because then it remains empty, and that's not a viable option.
But you also may have people who work across town or up on another key or whatever.
Sure.
Who will live there. And the whole purpose of this, I understood, was to get cars off the road.
Well, but, Madam Mayor, excuse me, I also had a little heartburn about that part of it as well. But then the more you think about it, this is an incentive. So if...
This is an incentive for what purpose?
It's an incentive to provide that affordable housing. And if they have, their staff can fill those positions, I'm sure they're going to get filled, okay? I don't think that's going to be a problem. But if they don't, and they decide I'm not going to take the chance, and they don't build any, then it doesn't serve the purpose. So I was a little concerned about that, but I'm okay with it now.
And
Well, I
I
think-
look at the whole, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Their
I was just-
employees probably are not going to be able to afford the moderates.
Well, okay,
So-
as a former employer and hotel owner, I can say that being able to offer housing will be quite an incentive, I think, to many potential employees. However, there are some employees, and perhaps at the moderate, like my former manager, who wouldn't want to live there because she has other arrangements. We have a big military presence here. Often we get people who are here for 3 years. One spouse works in the private sector, the other spouse is with the military, and they live on base. Regardless, who lives there, what we're talking about is providing workforce housing. And I think that this is the perfect incentive and opportunity to do that. I think that we're probably talking about what ifs that are not likely to happen in the first place.
And I would just add on to that it's not just the hotel that will benefit from a hotel being there. It's the coffee shop that's next door that the residents of the hotel are going to want to go off-site and go to the coffee shop or go to that cute dress shop. They're going to have to hire more people. They can't afford, a clerk can't afford, at a dress shop cannot afford to live in the cities, but they can afford to live on a hotel site in an affordable unit. So I see that it enhances the experience of a visitor coming to that hotel. So the hotelier will be more apt to saying, yes, I will rent my empty spot to you. I mean, I think it's a win-win.
I
It's
agree.
a beautiful picture you paint.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to read the changes into the record. So on page 3, and this is for clarification purposes because it is an incentive. So starting on line 32, in order for an affordable density to be excluded from hotel motel density on a parcel as set forth in subsection 5 above, the following criteria must be met.
All affordable units must be deed restricted as employee housing as defined in Section 101.1. The ratio of affordable units must adhere to the following schedule: a maximum of 25% moderate income and a minimum of 25% low income or very low income, or one dwelling unit, whichever is greater, and 50% of affordable units shall be allotted to on-site personnel. There's no change to subsection C. Subsection D, the owner of the hotel motel must provide the employees of the hotel motel a right of first refusal for lease of any affordable housing, and no change to subsection E.
And Mayor, we do have 2 public speakers on this item as well.
Okay, have you finished?
I'm finished.
Okay, take the first one.
Bill Hunter, followed by Stuart Schaffer.
Mayor, Commissioners, Bill Hunter, Sugarloaf, speaking for myself. Boy, I could talk for half an hour about this. It's been going on, and I know, I get it, don't. It's been a long time. This has been before us for well over a year. It started out at the Stock Island Perry Hotel, and the increase there was 2 per acre. And it wasn't a very big increase, but when we started looking at all the different zoning districts, we realized that some districts had much more of an impact than others, and it all boiled down to traffic. And every affordable housing project I've sat and listened to, the issue has been traffic. Traffic. You heard traffic this morning. Whether you agreed with the people or didn't, it was all traffic. This is an opportunity to provide housing where the jobs are and still deal with the traffic. I'll cut to the chase. The original Planning Commission deal was they wanted 100%. BART couldn't handle 100%. Here's the deal. Limit it to Stock Island and I'll do 50%. All right? That deal's off the table, but that's okay. I understand some of them might not need to be on site. The question before you is, what's the right percentage? Is 50 the right percent or not? I do support this the way it's written. I think I'd like to thank staff, Cheryl and Emily. They worked very, very hard on this. I'd like to thank Bart. This is the second time I've done that. I'd like to thank Bart for working with staff and with the community to try to make this palatable and make it work. And it's putting the housing where the jobs are.
Wait a minute. I'm not following. You support this?
I do support this.
Okay. This is countywide?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm not speaking for everybody. I'm speaking for myself.
I get it.
With what I know and what I understand, I think this is a good deal.
So are you disappointed you didn't get to yell at him?
No, I don't want to yell at anybody.
And also, I'm thrilled to hear that the inclusionary housing study that we have and we know we could move forward on will finally be moved forward on. That's really good news. So we have the incentive. Now we need the stick. So thank you all very much.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Stuart Schaffer is representing Sugarloaf Shores Property Owners Association, and he's the final speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Commissioner Coolidge, I may give you somebody to yell at.
Okay.
He's been chomping at the bit for a while.
I'm sorry, Stuart Schaffer on behalf of SPOA. Let me echo what Bill said in thanking people for working with us. There were some technical glitches with the language, and staff has worked with us and taken some suggestions that I think fix the technical glitches. I want to point out a couple of things and then my ask. Why do I care? No, not because we're against affordable housing, but because we're worried about Sugarloaf Lodge right across the street from our community. Under this proposal, if you assume Sugarloaf Lodge uses all of their existing transit ROGOs, they currently could build 74 units of affordable housing on that site today. Under this proposal, it would be 104. That's more than a 40% increase. That got our attention. I want to add one more thing on the subject of whether you can leave any units open. Can you possibly lease every single unit to an employee? I want to remind you, this is sort of an option. This is an optional increase in density for the affordable housing on site, which doesn't have to be taken. You can stay within the existing law where Sugarloaf Lodge could build 74 units. It's just to get more density, there's a deal. And cutting to the chase, I echo what Bill said in that the Planning Commission listened to Bart's presentation, and they wanted all the housing to be for on-site employees. Bart pointed out, well, you know, we don't want to have a couple of units sitting empty. I would argue that all you have to do is lower the price a little. You will eventually fill those units. You're not going to build too many if you don't have to. But what the Planning Commission decided is we'll give you 50%, but we want to limit this to places closer to the employment centers. And as you know, as you've heard me say before, SPOA believes that large affordable housing projects should be built closer to the employment centers. Increased density above our already plenty of density should also be closer to the employment centers. That's our belief. So SPOA does not support this proposal as written. SPOA would prefer it continue to be limited to locations closer to the employment centers, such as Stock Island and Duck Key, or alternatively, that you take that 50% and make it 100% or something higher. I have a couple of technical points that I wish I didn't have to say to the Board of County Commissioners, but this talks about employees of businesses on site. It doesn't say full-time employees. I worry that games could be played. It should say full-time employees. This also doesn't say it applies only to rental units. Why not? It should apply only to rental units. Those are a couple of technical points that I would appreciate your thinking about for a second and maybe consider adding to this proposal. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Stuart, I'm not going to yell at you. But what I don't understand is, you know, I can't seem to get across to your group, and I guess now the Planning Commission, that there are upper limits to the density that can go on Stock Island. I mean, does anybody ever consider that? How much is it there left that it can bear? Right now, we have a terrible traffic situation out there. So my point is, in considering this stuff in the future, please bear in mind that any one single area is not the answer. Okay, Stock Island cannot bear all of the responsibility to provide affordable housing from the 7 Mile Bridge to Key West. That can't happen. That's my only concern.
Commissioner, I agree with you. We're against increased density, period.
But my understanding is that you think that the increased density on a proposed project on Stock Island is okay.
You are correct. If we had our choice, there would be no increased density.
In
period.
your neighborhood?
No, period.
Anywhere.
No, period. Anywhere.
But when you
because
say
there's
that,
already plenty of density. The push is to increase density, and we see that as an inevitable flow, and so our argument is don't increase density everywhere, increase it where larger projects are more appropriate.
But you're not considering what effect that has on the areas that you say it's okay to increase. All you're saying is don't increase it anywhere near me.
No. We're saying don't increase it anywhere where there's a livable communities plan that says there shouldn't be high density.
Okay, well,
I'm going to say just one thing, that I consider a hotel an employment center. So I would say that that's the only issue I have with what you said, Mr. Schaefer, because if you're a hotel, you are employing people, and therefore, wherever there is a hotel, it would be nice to have, I would consider it an employment center, and it would be nice to have the affordable housing, workforce housing, right there in that area, regardless of where it is up and down the county.
And can I ask a question? This only goes into effect if, theoretically, Sugarloaf Lodge is redeveloped. It's not like they can just going to go out there and suddenly start building 104 affordable units.
No, they could.
They could.
But why would
As I understand it, I don't think they would, but I think they could.
I don't have the density calculations, but the Sugarloaf Lodge is zone destination resort, which allows 25 hotel rooms or units per buildable acre, and then 18 units of affordable housing per buildable acre. So if they have land area available, if they haven't maxed out, they could currently add more units. But if they could add more affordable units to make up that balance of the buildable area they have left. If they wanted to redevelop and take advantage of the incentive program, they would still have to balance, in this case, how many hotel units and how many affordable, because it has the total cap of no more than 25.
Okay, so let me ask this question in a different way. They're not going to get this incentive, increased density, unless they redevelop and add hotel units. Is that what you, that seems to be
and
what you just
add, they can't add new hotel units.
I'm asking staff, please, Stuart. Okay.
Either way, they're going to be capped out at 25 units per buildable acre, whether it's hotel units or a combination of hotel and affordable.
Okay, but we're talking about a new incentive for
Right, but-
affordables. And when does that incentive kick in?
It can begin now once the ordinance becomes effective, but their zoning district and destination resort caps them out at 25 hotel rooms per buildable acre. So
for that particular property, this doesn't really...
it may not
May not
benefit
have
them.
any
If
effect.
they this is totally hypothetical, and we don't know that any units, but if somehow magically transient units came down from the state and we had lots of additional hotel rooms and they could max out all of their hotel rooms, which is typically what you see a developer do first, they wouldn't be able to add any more affordable units to that because they would have already hit their cap of 25 units per buildable acre. It doesn't benefit people, applicants or property owners in the destination resort as much as it benefits people that are in mixed use or maritime industries where they have lower affordable per buildable acre. Yes,
Okay.
ratios, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and let me say one other thing, and then I'm not going to say anymore. You know, I understand the concept of the community keys plans, but I don't believe if you analyzed our comp plan and code, I don't think you're going to see a one-to-one relationship between those communities plans and what's actually in our code and in our comp plan. Is that accurate?
Christine?
Oh, what's her name?
Getting late, Christine. I'm sorry.
I know. Well, you were staring at me, but I wasn't.
Yeah.
And there's definitions of high density, medium density. What Stuart's referring to, and this is the problem with many of the communities plans, is they're written without super specificity or definitions.
Right, they're broad.
They're broad,
Yeah.
and we tried when we were doing the EAR-based comp plan amendments we had this wonderful idea that we would meet with each community and decide how to put it in regulatory language and put it into the comp planner code, but what happened and it exploded was that the communities wanted to change everything that was in it anyway. So
Right, yeah. Right.
every site is case by case, and I think what Cheryl's trying to say is, you know, we could analyze Sugarloaf, but it would take time, and
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Okay.
We have a motion on this?
Not yet. Is this written up currently? So if I ask to approve this motion, this ordinance, all the correct language is in here? I don't need to reiterate it all?
If it's a motion as amended and read into the record, then yes.
I make a motion as amended and read into the record.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Carruthers?
Yes.
Commissioner Coldiron?
Yes.
Commissioner Coolidge?
Yes.
Commissioner Rice?
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
No. Okay.
4.
Next item is on the same page, item P3. And we do not have any public speakers on this next item. A public
You
hearing
walked
to
all that way and had come back?
A public hearing to consider approval of an ordinance by the Monroe County Board of County Commissioners extending an interim development ordinance for an additional 365 days regarding medical marijuana dispensing facilities commencing October 27, 2019, until such time as a comprehensive plan and land development code amendment process is completed, and providing for expiration within 365 days of the effective date or when the comprehensive plan and land development code amendments become effective, whichever comes first, providing for severability, providing for transmittal to the state land planning agency and the Secretary of State, providing for an effective date.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I hear any no votes? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Next item is on page 16, and we do not have any public speakers. Item P4, a public hearing to consider approval of an ordinance extending interim development ordinance 011-2017 for 365 days to defer the transfer of market rate ROGO exemptions until the Land Development Code is amended to limit the transfer of market rate ROGO exemptions to platted lots within the improved subdivision or urban residential mobile home land use districts not within a working waterfront for the development of single-family detached dwelling units.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a I had to stop and figure that one out. I have a motion and a second. Do I hear any no votes? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Next item is item P5, and we do not have any public speakers. A public hearing to consider approval of an ordinance by the Monroe County Board of County Commissioners extending an interim development ordinance for an additional 365 days to defer the approval of new applications or received applications that have not been fully approved them regarding lockout units commencing October 27, 2018, until the BOCC can review and possibly amend the comprehensive plan and land development code regarding the definitions of dwelling unit, household, family, and the undefined term lockout of a dwelling unit, providing for expiration within 365 days of the effective date of an interim development ordinance, or when the comprehensive plan and land development code amendments become effective, whichever comes first, providing for severability, providing for transmittal to the state land planning agency and the Secretary of State, providing for an effective date.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I hear any no votes? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Next item is item P6. We do not have any public speakers. A public hearing to consider approval of an ordinance by the Monroe County Board of County Commissioners amending the Monroe County Tier Overlay District map from Tier 1 to Tier 3 for property located at mile marker 5, legally described as Block 3, Lot 15, Key Haven Estates, 6th edition, Raccoon Key Plat Book 5, page 18, Raccoon Key, Monroe County, Florida, and I will not read the real estate number into the record.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I hear any no votes? Hearing none, motion passes 5-0.
Next item is item P7 with no public input. A public hearing to consider approval of an ordinance by the Monroe County Board of County Commissioners amending the Monroe County Tier Overlay District map from Tier 1 to Tier 3 as requested by Lopez Roberto and Margot Revocable Trust for a parcel of vacant land legally described as Block 3, Lot 16, Key Haven Estates, 6th edition, Raccoon Key, Plat Book 5, page 18, Raccoon Key, and I'll pass on the real estate number on that one as well.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I hear any no votes? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Bob, are you ready for the closed session, or should we move
Sure, we
forward?
can do closed session.
Mayor, they're going to get set up for the closed session that'll be happening next.
Yep, she's in the back. She can come up as you read the item into the record.
Okay, so the next item will be item J1 on page 10, closed session. An attorney-client closed session in the matter of Board of County Commissioners of Monroe County, Florida versus Sugarloaf Volunteer Fire Department, Inc. and Sugarloaf Wi-Fi, Inc., assignee of Keys Wi-Fi, Inc., case number CA-K-17-631.
Pam, is that the last time?
No, we do have some other ones. We can do the others if you want, but we got the court reporter here cooling her jets, so. So we have an attorney-client closed session that's been scheduled under the statute 286.011. It's estimated this meeting will take approximately 15 minutes. The persons attending the meeting will be the county commissioners, the county administrator, Roman Gustesi, myself, assistant county attorneys Chris Ambrosio, and a certified court reporter. Since the law prohibits any other person from being present at the closed session, the commissioners, the administrator, the attorneys for the county, and the court reporter will now remain in this meeting room, and all other persons are required to leave the room. When the session is over, we will reconvene and reopen the public meeting. Madam Mayor, will you close the open session?
BOCC meeting is closed. We will now open the
Okay. Next item, Mayor, is on page 13, item 01, County Attorney Report for July 2019.
All right, so a couple of things that I want to do during the report. In addition to item 02, I've got two additional closed session requests that I would like to read into the record for other matters that didn't make it to the agenda in time. So for the record, Bob Schillinger, my capacity as county attorney. County is involved currently in litigation in the matter of Roy's Trailer Park, doing business as Island Life Village versus Eric Noel, Marie Noel in Monroe County. Case number CAK 19-175. I need your advice concerning the litigation. Request that you schedule a private meeting. The subject matter will be confined to settlement negotiations and a strategy session related to litigation expenditures. Persons in attendance at the closed session will be the commissioners, the administrator, myself, Assistant County Attorney Steve Williams, and a certified court reporter. By law, no other persons are permitted to be present at the meeting. It's estimated it will take approximately 30 minutes. required by law, the court reporter will transcribe the times of commencement and termination of the meeting, all discussions and proceedings, and names of all persons present at any time, the names of all persons speaking. No portion will be off the record. The court reporter's notes will be fully transcribed, sealed, and then filed with Kevin Maddock as clerk. Transcript will be made part of the public record upon conclusion of the litigation. I request to schedule that closed meeting at the August 21st, 2019 meeting in Key West at 1:30 as soon after there may be heard. Can I get a motion?
So, does this mean that we are no longer doing our public meetings, public hearings at 1:30?
No, what I'm trying to do is double stack them. We would do the public hearings first, and then the closed sessions after that.
Okay.
Because sometimes the public hearings are 5 minutes, sometimes they're an hour.
5 hours.
But at the time of the request, I won't know that. So it'll be sometime after 1:30.
Okay. Just hope it doesn't confuse anybody.
Oh, well, something always does.
Can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Do I hear any no votes? Hearing none, motion passes.
All right, I have a similar request.
Hold on.
Yes.
That was a request to hold that closed session in the matter of what?
Roy's Trailer Park case.
That's not what's on the agenda.
No,
That's part of my report.
Oh, that's part of your report.
Yes.
Pardon me.
And O2 is a request for another one. We want to have 3
Okay.
next week, but I didn't get the need to have. Roy's made us a settlement offer after the agenda deadline. I
Okay.
wanted to convey it to you while we were in Key West in case we needed to take action there or you were in that area.
Okay, I
So
thought
a
I was going nuts.
Second matter that I'd like to do
That's
this.
still possible.
It is, yes. Especially since we've changed the time of everything. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Burke Construction versus Monroe County, case number CAM 19-80. This was a case that was filed back in March. They've recently served it and moved forward with that. I need your advice concerning that litigation and request that you schedule a private meeting. The same admonitions that applied before, and attendance would be the administrator, the commissioners, myself, Assistant County Attorney Chris Ambrosio, and a certified court reporter. Take approximately 30 minutes. No portion will be off the record. The notes will be transcribed. Can I get a motion to schedule that one for August 21st at 2019?
Which is also not on the agenda.
Move to approve.
Have a motion and a second. Do I hear any no votes? Hearing none, motion passes.
All right, so those were the 2 closed sessions I wanted to bring to your attention. Obviously today we had some scheduling issues with the time approximates and whatnot.
What about the request to hold the closed session in the matter of Magnolia?
That'll be the next item. If you'd like to take them.
Still doing his report.
Oh, this is still the report.
Still the report, yes.
God forbid. Okay, continue with your report, sir.
What I would like to do is change our rules so that the what are they called? Sounding boards, yes, thank you.
How did I know?
We put those at the end of the agenda, so they're not taking up prime time approximates, and presentation time.
I thought they always were at the end.
No, actually the rules say that they will be scheduled at the convenience of the requester.
Oh.
And it would seem to me that putting them at the end of the agenda after commissioner comments would be the appropriate time to do that.
I certainly think that's appropriate, but I have another question. Do we have any limit to the number of times that a person can speak on sounding board month after month after month?
There is no current limit,
I
but there
believe
could
we
be.
need some.
On the same issue, or?
That would be fair, but I know what you're getting at.
There has to be, there could be or should be maybe some method of determining when it becomes abusive.
So I would propose once a quarter, just pulling that out of my ear if you have a different number.
What, per person?
Well,
A speaker can request your time once a appearance.
once every 3
I would
months?
say 6 months. Because the
From
minute you
sounding
put
board.
that in writing, it's going to give people the idea, those who like to get up there and speak. It's going to give them the idea that, oh, I can do this every
There's
quarter.
something in Roberts about repetitively bringing up the same subject.
There is.
Well, it doesn't have to be the same subject. What if they want to talk every month on a different
But
subject?
We're talking about a specific person,
Oh, we are? Oh,
Yeah.
I haven't seen that one.
because he didn't show today.
Oh, that one. Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
So now I'm confused. Do we have a current rule that you can only speak one time on an item? or-
No.
No.
So we would have to first of all clarify that you could only speak on a specific item once per,
Fill in the blank.
Once.
fill in the blank?
Forever.
Okay.
Well, you know, the truth is, my personal opinion, and only my personal opinion, to be able to come speak to a group that tells you ahead of time that they can't make any motions or discuss what you're doing is pretty futile.
I've seen boards
I
take
have to-
action on it, or at least direct staff upon
Yeah.
hearing
Yeah.
it to schedule an action item the next.
And
Month.
we've done
That I
that.
have
I think we've done that too.
Yeah, we have done that, even though we say we won't, but we do
But
sometimes.
my point, when I first brought this up a few months ago to you, was that if a person has a problem or perceives a problem or has something they must speak on, and they cannot get a commissioner, an administrator, or an attorney to put it on the agenda for them as an item, then it really isn't worth talking about.
Well, it may be to them, though.
And it may be an issue that
That what?
is something that those of us in government aren't aware of sufficiently to want to sponsor it, to put it on.
Yeah.
It's a way of courageous communication, to borrow the administrators.
Oh,
one
I
of
like
his
summer
phrases.
studies better.
Well, could you come back with us with a recommendation
I'll-
for the period of time? I think we're all in agreement we need to have
Yeah.
some limit.
Okay, can we also,
Let's get the period of time, if you would just come back to us with a recommendation.
they
Yes.
speak only once, and then you fill in the blank. But can we also eliminate the public comment on that subject when they get up to speak?
Yes, it's
That
your
should-
it's your creation, so we can do that if that's what a majority of you wants to do.
And right now the rule says that there can be public comment
Absolutely.
on what that person
Right,
says.
and it says that if they're representing a group, they get 5 minutes, and if they're representing an individual, they get 3.
would
So
like
you
to
get
say
10
that-
for the first person, and then 3 or 5
That
depending
there
on
would-
subsequent
well,
ones.
There would only be 10 minutes for the person getting up speaking.
But sometimes we might want to hear an alternative point of view.
And not have that alternative point of view have to schedule another sounding board for
Right.
the following
When
meeting.
this other thing is
later
hanging in
date,
the
yeah.
air.
With
Yeah.
the, yes.
So we could
That's
do
my
10
concern.
You
'cause-
could do whatever the time period you want. It doesn't have to be 10 minutes either.
Well, let's make it 5 minutes. Let's start with
5
there.
minutes and then 3 for any subsequent speaker.
Yeah,
I like
let's
that.
start that.
5 minutes for what?
For the
original.
first sounding board person.
The person who actually asks to speak on sounding
Mm-hmm.
board.
Okay, I think I have direction. I'll prepare an item next to bring back next month for approval. Last point, you see these 4 young ladies here? These are our summer law clerks. They're prepared to give you a 15-minute recitation on the rule against perpetuities.
This will be the first lesson in their public speaking before bodies like this. 15 minutes at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
With
is
5
always
grumpy.
a no-no.
Really?
I'm grumpy.
I'm almost thinking
So
legal closed sessions at this hour of the afternoon are enough to
dicey.
To move the meetings along. So
Yeah.
we have Emmerly Brogdon from Mercer. We have Kelly Hickok from, I'll say it, I can never say this, Willamette in Oregon. We have Ariel Jeter from the University of Florida, and Christina Hernandez, who's a law student at Loyola in Chicago.
Awesome. Great. Welcome, ladies.
They all have Florida ties. Only one goes to school here, though.
Okay.
We also have an intern in the back. I
Yes, we
believe.
do. With
SUNY, oh,
Yeah, well, welcome to all of you.
know.
Have you had a totally, absolutely boring day? No?
Well, stick around. We're not finished.
So that concludes the report.
That closes your report.
Okay.
Now he's going to number 2.
Yeah, next item is O2 on page 13.
Okay.
Request to hold an attorney-client closed session in the matter of Monroe County BOCC versus Magnolia 101 LLC et al., case number 13-945-P, at the August 21st, 2019 BOCC meeting in Key West, Florida at 1:30 p.m. or as soon thereafter as may be heard.
So the clerk read the matter into the record. Again, I need your advice on that litigation. We anticipate receiving a settlement offer by that date, right before a trial on the amount of the fine. Present at the closed session would be the commissioners, the administrator, myself, assistant county attorneys Peter Morris and Steve Williams, and a certified court reporter. By law, no other persons be permitted. It's estimated to take about 30 minutes. The same admonition on the notes that would be transcribed and filed with the clerk. Can I get a motion to schedule that closed session on August 21st, 2019 at 1:30?
I have a motion and a second. Do I hear any no votes? Hearing none, motion passes.
Next item is item O3 on the same page, discussion and direction on COTS negotiations with City of Key West.
So I've been working closely with representatives of the Sheriff's Office and representatives of the City of Key West and meeting in a smaller group to try and negotiate a deal on COTS. The city's proposal was to keep COTS on this county-owned property where the jail is, move it farther back onto the property, closer to the water, farther away from the residents, redo the entranceway, trying to create some buffering. Their concept was that they would lease that from us, and in exchange, to satisfy the sheriff's declared desire for 30 housing units for his deputies, that the city would, as part of its ongoing affordable housing projects within the city, would set aside up to 30 units to be used by the sheriff, and that those units would be provided at some point in the future when they got funded and developed. A lot of uncertainty with that proposal. So what I would have proposed as a counteroffer, and I want to make sure that the board is on board with this, is that we engage in a land swap. One of the properties that the city has said that they would want to put some of these units is an acre plus piece of property in the city on Trumbo Point, between the school board property and the condos that were built on the old city electric property, the steam plant. It's currently zoned for 20 units. They're working to upzone it to as many as 40.
Yeah, last night they passed a first hearing.
So that's what theoretically could hold. We haven't put it to a design professional to say, well, yeah, that's what the rules say. How much could you actually fit on it? What I would like to do is engage in a land swap, where we would acquire property to the Trumbo property, and then it would be up to the county, the sheriff, and whatever mechanisms we can find to fund and build that property. And we'd be in control of our destiny on that. In exchange, that we would, at least for the meantime, lease them the COTS property until the city has a charter provision which requires that they can only acquire property if they go to referendum. They can dispose of property to another governmental entity. The city will either take it to referendum, or they may change their charter to allow them to accept donations. We would lease it until they were legally obligated or legally entitled or legally able to accept the COTS property. So we would basically swap the two properties. The other point that I want...
If they never cross that bridge to change their referendum language, could you simply lease it to them in perpetuity?
We would start off with the lease, but we would commit to the extent we can that when they're legally capable of accepting it, that we would commit to conveying it to them.
Wait a minute, we would commit to what?
Conveying the COTS property to the city.
And if the referendum didn't pass?
we would continue to lease it
To
to them.
lease, okay.
Right.
What's the matter with just continuing to lease it altogether?
Well, we want
control.
We want control of our
We want control of the Trumbo one. If you want to maintain the possibility that COTS ceases to exist, and then or the city
Okay.
stops functioning,
So, but
funding it.
until we get our paws on the Trumbo property, we will be leasing land to them. We
No.
will,
No.
We're going to start with, the first step would be they would convey the Trumbo property to us. That's their sign of good faith. And we would lease them the property on the jail site for COTS
Okay,
until
well,
such time as they could then accept title to it.
But which property are you going to lease to them on the sheriff's property?
He said that.
Down, down by the water?
Closer
Or-
to the water, yes.
Okay.
Behind where the current COTS is, there's a couple of
Yeah,
public work
yeah, I know
sheds
it.
and
I
whatnot.
went through there the other day.
The idea
I know
being that that's farther away from the residences that are along there with
What-
the revised entranceway that could solve some of the sheriff's concerns about the bleed over onto the rest of the property.
Yeah, I sat through that meeting.
Yeah.
So we have to get in on that Trumbo property and make very sure that it can do what we want it to do.
Right.
Now, I have another question that is so far in the future, it's ridiculous. But assuming all this takes place, these 20 units or 30 units or whatever that get built on the Trumbo property, with what, our money plus the sheriff's department money?
Yes, that would be up to the BOCC to figure out how to pay for that, or up to the sheriff to, between the two
Well,
of
that's
you.
fine, but did you hear that the sheriff, his money evaporated?
He told me that his finance person told me that one of the commitments they had right after the storm has evaporated, but they were working on other contingencies, one of which would be if they could find enough to build it and then they have a rental stream and finance the construction with the rental stream, working through the housing authority. So we're still looking at that.
Now-
Another possibility, in terms of county money, is the tourist impact tax that's raised in the city of Key West. You've just committed today to spending $6.5 million of it towards the city's project on the Easter Seals property. I'm not suggesting you do anything with that other than you've committed to that and go forward with that. But in the future, that fund will get replenished, and maybe that might be a possible source to pay for affordable housing within the city. It would be legal. It would be a board-directed one as opposed to passing on a request from the city. But that is legal.
No. But
if
it
it's a-
also gives subsidized rentals to the sheriff's department. Where does that leave the city?
It's still affordable housing.
It's still affordable housing within the city.
I know it's affordable housing within the city, but it's guaranteed to be for the sheriff's department deputies.
Assuming
or
he can fill
whoever.
it.
Right.
I'm so sorry.
Assuming he can fill it. with-
Right. We would put some clauses in
Yeah,
there that
yeah,
if he
that's-
can't fill it, it could go to other public safety.
Yeah,
type
no,
of
we've
people.
already gone through all that. That's very true. And one of the things mentioned was the Key West Police Department. But, okay.
So that's the first point I need direction. Are you more comfortable with the land swap proposition or the city's proposal of we're basically going to lease and they're going to provide the housing somewhere on some of their projects at some point in the future?
Yes.
When you put it like that.
Well, you can tell which one I would prefer.
Right, I like the land swap.
This is what they've been doing all along.
My question, though, is, this is the third or fourth meeting our county commissioners have had on this in this 9 months that I've sat up here. How many meetings has Key West commissioners had on this, and when are they going to start talking about this the way we are to make sure we're not heading in one direction that's going to get slammed by the Key West commissioners?
Well, that's already happened, not by the commissioners, but they've come up with a few ideas that have magically. Oh, one was the 30 units on the Easter Seals property.
Well, we understand that, but Michelle's question still needs answering. Are they making progress on this?
I'm told by their attorney, by the city attorney and their assistant city attorney and their assistant city manager that they have kept their board apprised of this. I need to have this
Yeah.
direction today so I can say, we're
As far
supposed
as
to
I'm
meet on Friday.
concerned, it is far superior than Plan A.
Right.
So,
All right, so the second point that I would need your direction on is how much, if any, the county would intend to contribute to the construction and/or operation of a new COTS facility.
I beg your pardon?
The second question I need your direction on is whether how much, if any, the county is willing to contribute towards the construction and/or operation of a new COTS facility.
I'm looking at Tina's face.
Try absolutely zero.
And that's direction.
We can't answer that question. I mean, we need more specificity before we just say, we'll give them X.
We
need more-
can. I mean, in the past, we've been providing their utilities.
We've been providing utilities in the past. And can I go back to the negotiating table and say they can expect something similar to that or less? I don't know. I mean, I'm getting no...
I don't have any problem with maintaining what we're doing right now, if that's what you're saying.
If we have been, what else have we been supplying out there? Other than lights and water, what are the utilities, by the way?
Electric, water, sewer. Kevin can give us a better answer on that.
You what, Tina? Oh.
What are the utilities at COTS? Okay.
No, what, not the, Kevin, I'm not asking the cost. What are the utilities? I mean, are we paying for cable TV or?
Oh, no.
Well,
Water, wastewater, electricity.
that's it?
Yeah.
Right. And there's a deduct meter over a certain point that the sheriff bills the city on. I think it's the first 5,000.
Yeah, something. It's
I would say that you could very, very safely, as far as I'm concerned, give them the same deal.
Yeah.
Okay. I've got my direction. Thank you.
okay, moving right along.
Thank you.
Next item is on page 15, item 018, authorization for the county attorney to seek an attorney general's opinion on whether application of Florida statute 823-14 to new agricultural operations involving land clearing of native upland habitat in the Florida Keys area of critical state concern precludes enforcement of longstanding local ordinances or land development regulations that were adopted pursuant to the Florida Keys Area Protection Act, Florida Statute 380.0552.
Move approval.
Bob, may I ask who asked you to get the Attorney General's opinion?
It was my idea as a stopgap to get the Attorney General's opinion as opposed to engaging in litigation to seek that judicial declaration.
What is that issue here?
We have a gentleman in the Upper Keys who has cleared part of his land and is asserting that he's not obligated to follow the building code or obtain any permits because under the Right to Farm Act. He has a couple of goats, I believe some chickens, some bees, and my understanding of the Right to Farm Act is that it's intended to be used as a shield, not a sword. So it is to be used to protect existing farming operations from the encroachment of development, not as a sword to go in and offensively go on the offense and use as justification and protection to authorization to clear things and then set up a new farming operation, which is what he's done.
Is this gentleman actively farming, or is he just like,
he's
hobby raising stuff?
He has been declared to be an agricultural entity by the property appraiser, so he has submitted enough documentation of receipts and ongoing operation to at least get designated for tax purposes.
But Bob, why do you think that an AGO would be binding on him in any way?
It will help guide us, and if we do end up in litigation, it may inform the circuit court more than just what Bob thinks of what the law is.
And I mean, a judge could decide that, couldn't he?
He could.
Or her.
We could proceed to a declaratory judgment action if you'd rather not seek the Attorney General's opinion. This was seen as an initial step.
Well, one costs money and the other doesn't, so what's the deal?
Yeah, but, and they both take about the same amount of time, which is forever. I don't, is there a motion?
Yeah, I made a motion.
Okay, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Do I hear any no votes? Well, hearing none, motion passes.
Thank you. I will say, I did meet with the gentleman and attorney friend of his on Monday. We are having discussions, so this may become moot if we're able to resolve it, but I at least want the authorization to move forward with the AGO.
Is he clearing?
Oh,
He's
lots.
cleared about an acre.
Some of
Because
which is
if he's continuing to clear, then I think we need to do something more assertive than just an AGO.
He's cleared about an acre and is operating.
and some of what he cleared is not his property.
That's not the information I have, but I may not have it all.
You don't have it all because he's he's had to hire a biologist to go in there and assist him with a mitigation plan.
Right.
Which he's under.
How do the other regulatory agencies feel about his clearing?
Is that why Steve's here? I was looking through to see, is there another item that I missed?
No, this is one, and when you were talking about something more needed to be done, it has already been brought, it's already been brought to the Code Enforcement Department. He was already cited for it. He was found to have cleared. There is an agreement wherein he has to submit a restoration plan to the county, so that part has already been taken care of.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, that is not being ignored or overlooked, but.
Does
yeah.
that have to do with the driveway?
Yes.
Does it have to do with the big asphalt apron that's out there?
No.
Maybe not as much as that's DOT right of way, so, okay.
Okay. It's kind of a joke up our way.
The last item on the agenda is item R, Commissioners' comments, if you have any.
God, no.
Move to adjourn.
Is that the comment?
Wait, so we have a little comment.
Okay.
Yeah. Probably the most important thing we're going to do today.
What?
It's Lindsay's birthday, so we have a little cake for her. So we're just gonna,
Oh. What? Do we?
yeah, Lindsay, hers come along.
birthday cake to Lindsay.
She's
young, so she doesn't care about the age yet.
Pam, you ready?
Bob,
Are we
we'll
done?
talk later about that item to be recorded.